Chapter 3:23. The golden-robed youth Ken Huang and Wu Ma Hai both looked towards Persei's team. "Our team has enough people," Persei said. "I have God-grade scrolls. I'll give them all to you." Wu Ma Hai squeezed out a smile and tried his best to persuade. "Don't worry later on. I'll definitely scout ahead and fight at the forefront." Ken Huang also looked towards Persei and Dongbua Shuiying. "I'm also willing to give brother Persei the God-grade scrolls." Dongbua Shuiying watched from the side. It was better to let Persei decide. God-grade scrolls? Yes, they were very useful. But Ken Huang and Wu Ma Hai were both transcendent knights. They couldn't use scrolls. Even if they took it, it would be useless. In Ken Huang's team, the bewitching woman Shuiwei was a transcendent mage, and in Wu Ma Hai's team, the tall and skinny man Bahan could also use God-grade scrolls. Unfortunately, they were both dead. Our team has God-grade scrolls, and you should understand that the more people there in the team, the more dangerous it will be. "Sorry, there's no other way. Let's go," Persei said. Persei, Dongbua Shuiying, and Uncle Fu all dove down. "Humph!" Wu Ma Hai looked down, his eyes filled with anger. "It's normal not to bring us along. Wu Ma Hai, why don't we work together? This first vine leaf world is strange and unpredictable, and danger can appear at any time. If the two of us work together, we'll be able to resist the danger," the golden-robed youth Ken Huang said. "But if the two of us work together, the danger will be greater. The possibility of death is higher." Wu Ma Hai snorted coldly. "Let's just leave it to fate." "Xiao!" Wu Ma Hai also dove down. The golden-robed youth Ken Huang stood alone in midair, next to the sky-reaching vine, lightly shaking his head. This was really bad. It was too dangerous to stay in the first vine leaf world without the use of God-grade scrolls. "I'll definitely succeed. I definitely will." The golden-robed youth, Ken Huang, murmured to himself as he dove down as well. Dongbua Shuiying, Persei, and Uncle Fu landed at the edge of the first vine leaf world. Dongbua Shuiying heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Wu Ma Hai and Ken Huang separated from each other. "Brother Persei, the first and second vine leaf worlds are going to be troublesome," Dongbua Shuiying said. "We will also need brother Dongbua Shuiying's mirage doppelganger to help us investigate," Persei added. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Crimson Rock Mountain was filled with layers upon layers of danger, and the further it went, the more individual the danger became, just like the world of the 5 leaves of the sky-reaching vine. The first vine leaf world, the second vine leaf world. At least they could move together. From the third vine leaf world onwards, it was a test of individual strength. They could no longer fight together. Of course, because he could move together with Persei and the others, Dongbua Shuiying would have a much easier time in the first 2 vine leaf worlds. Regarding the first vine leaf world, Dongbua, your Xia people's information is more detailed. Persei looked into the distance. On this enormous vine leaf world, there were undulating mountain ranges and even some flat roads. There was also wilderness, and in the distance, there were even strange metal buildings. The demigods of my Xia people did not dare to hope to pass through the entire sky-reaching vine. Thus, they came to this first vine leaf world in search of fortuitous encounters. Dongbua Shuiying laughed. "Try to get as many treasures as possible. If there's any danger, immediately crush the talisman and give up. Because we've always been searching for fortuitous encounters, the records of this world are especially detailed." "This time, we can't take any risks," Persei said. "The 3 of us will move together, and the dangers we'll encounter will be very strong. Try not to provoke them." "Understood." Dongbua Shuiying nodded. According to the original plan, if the poison was cured at Senior Shui's place, then Dongbua Shuiying would stay in the first vine leaf world for as long as possible. He would search for areas and try to get as many treasures as possible. He could get a dozen deity warriors, or even deity weapons, etc. All of these were possible, but now was not the time to play around. try to avoid trouble, because the greater the fortuitous encounter, the greater the danger. Look at that pagoda. Persei pointed into the distance. Dongbua Shueing and Uncle Fu looked over. With a glance, they could faintly see a silver-gray pyramid in the weeds in the distance. Level 7-star pagoda. Uncle Fu exclaimed. Villa Master, this is a star pagoda, a level 7-star pagoda. Envious. Persei shook his head. I'm envious too. It's more than our flying sword villa's accumulated wealth over countless years. We can even sell it and buy 1 or 2 peak stage deity slaves. But in this first vine leaf world, there's a rule. The greater the fortuitous encounter, the greater the danger. Dongbua Shueing was speechless. By peak stage deity slaves? There are slaves in the deity realm? Deities as slaves? Dongbua Shueing couldn't help but ask. Deity realm? Persei looked at Dongbua Shueing and sighed. The deity realm is much more strict and cruel than you think. Dongbua Shueing fell into deep thought. I heard that when Crimson Rock Mountain was in the deity realm, the first vine leaf world didn't have so many treasures. Persei said, after that powerful existence died, Crimson Rock Mountain fell into the mortal world. Instead, it put many precious treasures in the first vine leaf world. It's probably to attract more and stronger demigods. Although Dongbua Shueing was also envious, the Xia people's intelligence had long recorded that the more dazzling and powerful a treasure was, the more one shouldn't touch it. Ancestor Blackwind was lucky enough to get his hands on some deity realm warriors. Prepare to depart, Persei said. Uncle Fu cast the spell. Yes. The bald old man Uncle Fu took out a great deity rank scroll and gently crushed it. Wang. The deity rank scroll immediately shattered, and 2 gray streams of air entered Uncle Fu's eyes. His eyes also carried a deep gray color, as though he could see through everything. Spatial eyes, Persei said. With this spell, we'll be much safer. The spatial eyes was a deity rank scroll specially prepared for the first vine leaf world. For example, the Maishan Master, Wuma Hai, and Ken Huang all brought it with them. However, Wuma Hai and Ken Huang couldn't use deity rank scrolls, so they could only pitifully risk their lives. Although the Maishan Master had grasped the complete, true meaning of space, unless he condensed the deity heart of space, his perception of space couldn't compare to the spatial eyes. This was a deity rank spatial spell that was painstakingly refined, and it focused on scouting. Dongbua, I'll have to trouble your Mirage avatar to scout ahead, Persei said. No problem. Dongbua Shueing nodded. Previously, Persei's team configuration was very good. An old thief was in charge of scouting for danger. Uncle Fu was in charge of using deity rank scrolls. With the 2 of them, Persei could easily pass through the first 2 vine leaf worlds. As for the last 3, Uncle Fu and the others had to stop at the 3rd vine leaf world and separate from Persei. Dongbua Shueing had been in this team before they arrived, so he had some merit. Persei couldn't refuse. Secondly, his Mirage avatar could also help scout for danger. As for Wuma Hai and the golden-clothed youth Ken Huang, they could only pray for their own good. Let's go. Dongbua Shueing's 9 Mirage avatars were scattered thousands of kilometers in front, behind, left, and right. Persei, Uncle Fu, and Dongbua Shueing's main body also began to advance towards the center of the first vine leaf world. At the very center, dozens of kilometers away from that vine, beside a hill, there were a few rocks. Among the rocks, there seemed to be nothing. Even if they tried to scout, they wouldn't be able to find anything. Because the space here had overlapped, apart from the normal space, there was also a hidden space. Inside the overlapped hidden space, a dark-skinned youth, wrapped in white cloth, was sitting cross-legged. He was the Lords of Ulan, who had entered Crimson Rock Mountain a month earlier than Dongbua Shueing's group. As a demon of the Dark Abyss, he could naturally use deity rank scrolls with deity rank scrolls. Moreover, he was alone, so it was relatively easy for him to reach the vine. Dong! A faint fluctuation came from afar. Battle? The dark-skinned youth immediately opened his eyes, revealing a pair of faintly glowing golden eyes. He grinned, revealing his pure white teeth. Are you here? Are you finally here? Dongbua Shuang, you killed Nuan Nuan and Kumeng. Without them to scout for me, you caused me to be poisoned by the voodoo poison and suffer from constant pain. How could I let you go? The dark-skinned youth's eyes were filled with killing intent. Having climbed up from the bottom of the dark abyss, he was a vengeful person. Although he had been poisoned by the voodoo poison, the toxicity was weaker than Dongbua Shuang's, and the concentration was also much lower. After all, he had only been stabbed once. After adapting for so long, he could already fight without being affected. I came a month earlier and painstakingly gathered some treasures. Dongbua Shuang, I've been waiting for you. When you reach the end, it will also be the time of your death. The dark-skinned youth coldly snorted, then closed his eyes and silently waited. Chapter 324. The sky was always dark, and there were always stars in the night sky. Of course, these were all arranged by the master of Crimson Rock Mountain. Under the night sky, within the huge vine leaf world, Dongbua Shuang and the other two were currently at the foot of a barren mountain. They had a bonfire lit and were roasting meat. From time to time, they would cut off a piece of meat to eat and drink delicious fruit wine. Occasionally, they would intentionally raise their heads to look at the dazzling stars in the night sky. Comfortable. Dongbua Shuang revealed a smile. It's been 6 days. I can finally relax. It's all thanks to brother Dongbua Shuang. If not for you and Manor Master, I would have died in these 6 days. The golden-robed, bald, old man, Uncle Fu, chuckled. AI, everyone has their own responsibilities. If not for Uncle Fu's ability to detect enemies from afar, we wouldn't have had it so easy. Dongbua Shuang said. Persei also nodded. In these 6 days, we've suffered a total of 15 attacks. Other than the 6 sudden attacks, the other 9 were from afar. According to the intelligence, we're currently at the center of the vine leaf world. There shouldn't be any more dangers along the way. There's still about 300,000 kilometers left. After we finish eating and drinking, we'll fly over in one go. Amen. Dongbua Shuang and the golden-robed, bald old man nodded. According to the intelligence provided by the world deity level existences, after passing through the first vine leaf world, excluding the dangers that accompanied the fortuitous encounter, they would suffer 15 attacks. After enduring all 15 attacks, there would be no more attacks. Dongbua Shuang was inwardly rejoicing. Fortunately, they had Uncle Fu's space eyes, which could detect enemies from afar and allow them to be prepared. They could even rely on speed to defeat the enemies. Even if they suddenly rushed out from some hidden space, Uncle Fu would still be able to detect them. If not for Uncle Fu, those enemies would most likely sneak right in front of them and directly surround and assassinate them. That would be a nightmare. Let's go. Persei stood up. Kikik. Dongbua Shuang, on the other hand, finished the bone in his hand in 2 mouthfuls. With a flip of his hand, he took out a flask of wine and drank a mouthful of the antidote. Dongbua, do you feel anything after being tortured by the voodoo poison and eating meat and drinking wine? Persei couldn't help but ask with a smile. Of course I feel it. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try. Dongbua Shuang teased. I don't want to try. I can't forget the way the lords of Ulan howled, Persei said. The 3 of them quickly flew under the night sky. As they flew, they chatted along the way. It was very relaxing. This was because he knew that there was no danger other than fortuitous encounters. Naturally, it was very easy. As for fortuitous encounters, Dongbua Shuang's Mirage Avatar was scouting ahead of them. The 3 of them followed the path that the Mirage Avatar had taken before, so they were naturally very safe. As he flew, he got closer and closer to the central long vine. The first vine leaf world is still relatively easy. Dongbo Shueing thought. Although there were some problems, he and Persei could work together to solve them easily. Just when Dongbo Shueing was in a good mood, suddenly, Wang, as Dongbo Shueing's group of 3 flew, they suddenly collided with a spatial ripple. Following that, the 3 of them disappeared. What happened? The expressions of Dongbo Shueing, Persei, and Uncle Fu changed greatly. They were clearly flying, and their speed wasn't fast. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken 6 days to travel 6 million kilometers. Why did they suddenly appear here? This is... Dongbo Shueing observed carefully. This was a huge sealed cabin. The sealed cabin was 1,000 meters long, 300 meters wide, and 300 meters tall. The sealed cabin was completely empty. There was only a statue in the corner and a chest at its feet. It was a statue of a fat warrior holding a mace, and the chest was made of black metal. This shouldn't be the case. This path was clearly taken by the Mirage Avatar. If the Mirage Avatar didn't enter, how did we enter? Uncle Fu was puzzled. Fortuitous encounter. Persei frowned. We met with a fortuitous encounter. This is troublesome. Dongbo Shueing also frowned. Uncle Fu's expression changed slightly. We tried to avoid fortuitous encounters along the way, but we still entered. The demigods of the Xia people desperately wanted to find fortuitous encounters, but Dongbo Shueing, Persei, and the others tried their best to avoid them. This was because no one knew if the fortuitous encounter was big or small, but they were afraid that it would be a big one. This was because the big danger brought about by a big fortuitous encounter might be something they couldn't resist, causing them to lose their lives. Fortuitous encounters, other than those that appear publicly, there are some that are hidden. Some are not only hidden, but also constantly moving. Persei said helplessly, "Our luck was too good, so we met one. Be careful. Danger can descend at any time." Yes. Dongbo Shueing nodded. Persei, Dongbo Shueing, and Uncle Fu all looked at the corner of the sealed cabin, at the fat warrior statue, and the black metal chest at its feet. There was nothing else here, only the statue and the chest. The statue and the chest were very likely the spoils of war from a fortuitous encounter. They weren't afraid of ordinary spoils of war, but they were afraid of spoils of war that were too precious. It looks ordinary, but if I'm not wrong, that statue is a deity warrior, Persei said. The deity warriors in the first vine leaf world are almost all demigod rank. Dongbo Shueing nodded. Demigod rank deity warriors were considered relatively ordinary. Usually, they had the strength of the top 10 demigods. Being in the top 3 was already very powerful. Deity warriors were expensive. The most ordinary ones were at the level of the lords of Ulan. Therefore, a deity warrior was worth more than 100 demigod warriors. The danger it represented was also much higher. However, Dongbo Shueing didn't need it because deity warriors were unable to enter the world of the Xia people. It's just a deity warrior. Dongbo Shueing relaxed slightly. This was a very simple, fortuitous encounter. Even Ancestor Black Wind had gotten his hands on the 5 shadows and several other deity warriors. Something's not right. Dongbo Shueing's pupils shrank. Maybe there's something else in the chest, Persei said. Suddenly, he noticed the change in Dongbo Shueing's expression. Dongbo Shueing immediately transmitted, "Look at the armor of the deity warrior." Persei immediately looked carefully. He even used the formless law domain of the true meaning of 8 dragons to examine it. His expression immediately changed. The armor worn by the fat warrior statue, as well as the mace in its hands, were all deity weapons. Deity weapon? Persei and Dongbo Shueing exchanged glances. They were both extremely nervous. Ordinary deity weapons were indeed more valuable than demigod warriors, but there was a limit to the difference. However, the value of armor and mace was completely different. A defensive armor-type deity weapon was usually equivalent to 10 attack-type deity weapons. This was based on the fact that they were all low-grade deity weapons. There's even a defensive deity weapon. This is going to be troublesome. Persei frowned as he transmitted, Dongbua, send your Mirage doppelganger to take a look at what's inside the chest. Once the chest is touched, that deity warrior might be alerted. I'm afraid that danger will descend upon us. Dongbua Shueing said. Amen. Persei also made his preparations. Dongbua Shueing nodded. With a thought, a Mirage doppelganger appeared out of thin air. This doppelganger looked exactly like Dongbua Shueing. It appeared beside the fat warrior statue and reached for the chest with lightning speed, intending to open it. Scram! The eyes of the fat warrior statue suddenly brightened. He waved the mace in his hands. Since he was right beside the chest, his actions were naturally fast. The mace directly hit the Mirage doppelganger's body. Boom! The Mirage doppelganger was much weaker. It only had the strength of an experienced demigod. It was immediately sent flying, and a huge hole appeared in its chest. This deity warrior is not much of a threat. Dongbua Shueing transmitted. The fat warrior statue was only a demigod and was probably ranked in the top 5 demigods. As for deity weapons, the deity warrior could not activate deity weapons. Deity weapons were just for show. Be careful. Dongbua Shueing's expression changed. What's wrong? Persei and Uncle Fu were puzzled. They tried their best to investigate, but they could not find anything. Hua! A dark green tentacle, as thick as an arm, appeared out of thin air. The tentacle swung and lashed at Persei like a whip. The power was so great that the tentacles lashed out, causing the entire enclosed space in the cabin to tremble continuously. Chapter 3:25. Persei's eyes were filled with ruthlessness as he punched with his right hand. A black dragon could be faintly seen roaring. The power of Persei's punch was completely restrained, and there was not a single ripple in this enclosed cabin. Pum! The moment his fist collided with the huge, dark green tentacle, the power immediately exploded. A sinister power instantly spread along the tentacle and into the entire body of the unknown creature hidden in the void. Be careful, it's a mirage creature with 8 tentacles. Dongbua Shueing immediately transmitted a message. At the same time, his figure flashed and entered the mirage. Rumble! It seemed that the mirage creature was angry that it did not gain the upper hand in a direct confrontation and even felt pain. In an instant, dark green tentacles danced out of the void. In an instant, 5 long tentacles enveloped Persei at the same time. Persei's expression was slightly ferocious as 8 arms suddenly appeared on his body. Pum! Boom! F***CK. In terms of close combat techniques, he was probably ranked first among the people who entered Crimson Rock Mountain this time. The true meaning of 8 dragons contained all sorts of complicated combat techniques. Some were fierce, some were sinister, and some were strange. Moreover, they all contained the concept of life and death and indestructible. Coupled with the true meaning of only me with 8 arms, his close combat strength was terrifying. Back when he was crossing the Meteor Bridge, even 3 silver-armored swordsmen couldn't do anything to him. While blocking the tentacles head-on, 2 of Persei's hands grabbed one of the tentacles and suddenly pulled it out. Come out. Persei's true meaning of only me surged with power, surpassing all the transcendence in Crimson Rock Mountain this time. That tentacle was actually broken, and the other tentacles were quickly retracted. That broken tentacle fell on the floor of the enclosed cabin, twisting and struggling as it rapidly tunneled into the mirage. Mirage creature. Persei frowned and transmitted a message. Dongbua, it seems like I'll have to rely on you. Leave it to me. Dongbua Shueing's voice echoed in the cabin. Inside the ethereal extent, the white-robed Shueing licked his lips. There was still some bitterness in his mouth. This was the antidote to the 100 bitter restoration. He held onto a fiery red spear as he looked at the octopus-like creature in front of him. One of its broken tentacles had returned to the mirage and was reconnected. It floated in the ethereal extent, its 8 tentacles stretching casually, covering an area of 20 to 30 meters. Its blood-red eyes were staring at Dongbua Shuang. This is the first time I've encountered a mirage creature since entering Crimson Rock Mountain, Dongbua Shuang thought to himself. Although he had previously met some creatures that could enter the mirage, such as the stone sculpture guardians and the deity-level flying venomous scorpions, they were not true mirage life forms. Inside the ethereal extent, they were greatly hindered. Their speed and power were all affected. Moreover, each of their moves in the ethereal extent would create strong energy fluctuations. Even in the outside world, he could sense them. But the mirage creatures were different. Inside the ethereal extent, they were free, unhindered, and silent, just like the transcendent who had mastered the true meaning of mirage. True meaning of mirage? The octopus-like creature looked at Dongbua Shuang and growled. Transcendent, your true meaning of mirage is so weak. You can't even merge with the ethereal extent. You haven't reached it either, have you? Dongbua Shuang held the spear in his hand. I relied on my innate talent, unlike you. Your true meaning of mirage is so weak. I'm afraid your strength is far from that 8-armed transcendent outside, the octopus-like creature said in a low voice. After fighting with Persei for a short while, it was already wary of Persei. That 8-armed transcendent was really strong in close combat. It would be hard for the octopus-like creature to win, but since it was inside the ethereal extent, that 8-armed transcendent could not do anything to it. This was the scary thing about the mirage creatures. They could easily ambush their enemies. However, it was hard for their enemies to find them. But this time, Dongbua Shuang was in the team. That 8-armed transcendent outside is very powerful. As for my strength, you will know once you try, Dongbua Shuang said. Who? The octopus-like creature instantly waved its tentacles. 8 tentacles immediately enveloped Shuang, each of them filled with a majestic aura. It can clash head-on with Persei. In terms of strength, this octopus-like creature has definitely reached the deity level. However, it seems like its laws of profound mysteries are slightly weaker. Dongbua Shuang's figure moved. Xiao! This movement shocked the octopus-like creature. So fast! His extreme piercing had reached the stage 3 realm. Dongbua Shuang's movement speed had also soared to the standard of 500 kilometers per second. In close combat, his movements were naturally much faster. The spear spun and drew an arc in the air. It was as if a huge star had suddenly expanded and exploded with a dazzling light. Following that, it rapidly shrank into a single point. The octopus-like mirage creature tried to block it. However, Dongbua Shuang's spear contained a whirlpool-like gravitational force and an extremely fast speed. Its tentacles could not block it in time. Thus, Dongbua Shuang's spear pierced its ugly head. Its head instantly caved in and disappeared. However, its 8 tentacles quickly retreated, and its head grew out once again. Such a strong life force! Dongbua Shuang muttered to himself. My spear art was able to kill General Kumeng with a single strike. This octopus-like mirage creature was actually able to withstand it, and this secret skill of mine has yet to be perfected. Once it is perfected, it will probably be much better. His extreme piercing had just reached the stage 3 realm. His true meaning of star was still at the peak of the stage 2 realm. The secret skill, Star Meteor Annihilation, formed from 2 different true meanings, naturally had to be modified. The difference in strength between the 2 made it slightly troublesome to combine them. Shuang needed to spend more time perfecting this secret skill. However, no matter what, The secret skill strength was still 30 to 40% stronger than before he entered Crimson Rock Mountain. The octopus-like mirage creature was also startled by this spear, following which it charged forward even more violently. This time, its 8 tentacles coordinated even more perfectly, trying its best not to leave any openings. Xiao! 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 Dongbua Shui Ing transformed into countless afterimages. Although the octopus-like mirage creature's tentacles were fast, they were still within Dongbua Shui Ying's range of endurance. The spear struck again and again. After the octopus-like mirage creature was pierced 5 times, it finally howled and tried to escape. Trying to escape? Dongbua Shui Ying chased after it and continued to use killer moves. The octopus-like mirage creature's body collapsed and was annihilated again and again. After a total of 12 spear strikes, it finally turned into nothingness. Persei and Uncle Fu were waiting anxiously. They could also faintly feel the undulations within the mirage world. Clearly, the battle was quite intense. But following that, the white-clothed Dongbua Shui Ying walked out of the mirage world and revealed a smile. It settled. Haha. Persei and Uncle Fu immediately revealed expressions of joy. Fortunately, we have Brother Dongbua. Otherwise, that mirage creature would be very difficult to deal with. Its strength and speed have both reached the deity level. Moreover, it is hidden within the mirage world. It can suddenly ambush us at close range, and when we attack the mirage world, its power will be greatly reduced. Persei sighed. The mirage assassination was very troublesome because its attacks were all at close range, and it had 8 tentacles. Amen, Dongbua Shui Ying nodded. Brother Persei's close combat skills can be said to be perfect. If it was someone else, it would be very difficult to survive the sneak attack of this mirage creature. It was originally dangerous. However, Dongbua Shui Ying had grasped the true meaning of mirage, causing the mirage creature, which was originally used for sneak attacks, to fight head-on with Dongbua Shui Ying. Let's take a look at the spoils of war first, Uncle Fu said. Dongbua Shui Ying, Persei, and Uncle Fu all looked at the fat warrior. The fat warrior was currently tied up by a chain, and the other end of the chain was in Persei's hand. Being tied up, the fat warrior couldn't break free no matter how much he struggled. With his meager strength, he had no way of resisting in front of Persei. Dongbua Shui Ying's thoughts moved. A mirage doppelganger appeared and directly walked towards the black metal chest, wanting to open it. Amen. Persei and Uncle Fu's expressions suddenly changed. What's wrong? Dongbua Shui Ying looked at them. Wu Ma Hai is dead, Persei said in a low voice. Just now. Chapter 3:26. What? Dongbua Shui Ying was shocked. Wu Ma Hai, the leader of the Temple of the Earth Gods team. He died in the first Vine Leaf World. Dongbua Shui Ying was in disbelief. Yes. Uncle Fu added, he and we both had Qi doppelgangers and Mana doppelgangers in the Xia people's world. Just now, his Qi doppelganger dissipated in front of us. He was very unwilling before he died. Persei nodded. He had just seen the callous, golden-armored youth, Wu Ma Hai, with his malevolent and crazed expression before his death. It made Chunjiu feel a sense of sympathy for the death of a rabbit. Wu Ma Hai had died in the first Vine Leaf World. What about him? What about him, Persei? Could he really survive the test of the 5 Vine Leaf Worlds and become a protector disciple of Crimson Rock Mountain? Sigh. Dongbua Shui Ying shook his head lightly. Although Wu Ma Hai was cold and had wanted to ask for 5 deity grade scrolls from the Xia people, Dongbua Shui Ying did not hate him. After all, it was just a deal. He did not agree to it. However, he did not expect their team to be annihilated so quickly. He and Ken Huang are unable to use deity grade scrolls. The first Vine Leaf World is very dangerous. I heard Ken Huang say that he has already fought 35 times. Persei said, although Wu Ma Hai is a man of few words, He has probably fought many times. Including the battle with the mirage creature, we have only fought 16 times. Uncle Fu also said, not only were there many battles, but they were also very sudden. Moreover, with so many battles, they must have unintentionally entered some dangerous places. There were no spells like the Eyes of Space. Without Dongbua Shuiying's mirage doppelganger, Wu Mahai's death was very normal. Comparatively, Ken Huang was more proficient in long-range attacks. Although it was not as good as the Eyes of Space, it could still detect enemies. Wu Mahai's death made Dongbua Shuiying, Percy I, and Uncle Fu tense up again. Let's see what's inside the box. The mirage doppelganger walked up to the black metal chest. With a twist, the chest was opened. The black metal chest was empty, and there was only a single bronze talisman inside. It's the combat soldier seal. Percy I nodded. That's right. Although a mirage creature that specializes in assassination has the combat power of a deity, it has an offensive divine weapon, a defensive divine armor, and a deity warrior. It's not bad. Dongbua Shuiying nodded as well. That mirage creature was actually very difficult to deal with. Even if it encountered him, who could also walk in the mirage, it would still be difficult to deal with. The treasures were not bad. The demigod ancestors of the Xia people had come here many times in history, but none of them had obtained a divine artifact. Yet he had obtained it the moment he arrived. Brother Dongbua, it's all thanks to you this time. Percy I said, you killed that mirage creature. Logically speaking, the spoils of war should belong to you, Brother Dongbua. However, I'll shamelessly ask Brother Dongbua to lend me this defensive divine artifact. How about it? If I survive, I'll definitely return this divine artifact. If I die, returning it will depend on luck. There's no need to say more. Brother Percy I took care of me in the vine leaf world. I don't have any battle chi, so I can't activate the divine artifact. Giving it to me is just for show. Brother Percy I take it. You said that if you survive Crimson Rock Mountain, you have to give me the divine artifact. Dongbua Shuiying joked. Of course, of course. Percy I revealed a joyful expression. Within Crimson Rock Mountain, a defensive divine artifact would greatly increase one's survivability. As for successfully leaving alive, what was the use of armor then? By the time he returned to the deity world, his flying sword villa would have a defensive divine artifact. Moreover, since he had done such a great deed, the world deity-level existences had sworn to reward him with astonishing rewards. Actually, Percy I understood that there was a high chance that he would die along the way. Moreover, he would be acting alone in the future. Even if he died, he might not be able to return the divine artifact. I'll shamelessly say no more. Percy I said, Brother Dongbua, please hurry up and refine this combat talisman. Yes. Dongbua Shuiying extended his hand, and the bronze talisman immediately flew over. He immediately refined it with a drop of his blood. The fat warrior, who had been struggling, immediately stopped struggling. Percy I retracted his shackles. Greetings, master, the fat warrior said respectfully. What's your name? Dongbua Shuiying asked. Master, my name is Tu Shuang, the fat warrior said. Not long after I was successfully refined, I was teleported to the vine leaf world by Senior Shiwei. Put down the 2 divine artifacts. You won't be able to use them even if you hold them. Dongbua Shuiying said. Yes, yes. The fat warrior hurriedly put down the spiked mace and took off the armor. These weren't mine in the first place, and I don't like these weapons. Dongbua Shuiying waved his hand and kept the spiked mace. Percy I grinned and immediately refined the defensive armor. The divine artifacts within Crimson Rock Mountain had one advantage. They were all ownerless and could be easily refined. Percy I's entire body was immediately covered with a layer of silver-gray armor. What weapons are usually suitable for you? Dongbua Shuiying asked. He didn't dare to let this deity warrior use the divine artifact. It would be too late for regrets if it was taken away during battle. If he brought the spiked mace back to the Xia people, the Xia people would be able to use it. Shield Greytax, the fat warrior said. I have a shield here, but no Greytax. Dongbua Shueing waved his hand and threw a shield and a saber over. Take them first. Back then, the demonic faction had plundered a large number of weapons. The important ones had all been given to the Xia people, but they still kept a few. For example, there were 3 demigod rank spears. They were worried that when using extreme piercing, the stellar fire cloud spear would fail during the material exclusion and be broken by the enemy's armor. Naturally, they had to prepare a backup weapon. Before coming to Crimson Rock Mountain, they had prepared 2 shields, as well as other sabers and staffs. These were actually the demigod rank weapons left behind by General Kumeng and Nuanua and S. The fat warrior immediately grabbed the shield with one hand and the saber with the other. Master, I, Tu Shuang, swear to be loyal to Master and fight for Master. He was like a statue, not moving at all. He was so stifled. Seeing this, Dongbua Shuang smiled. There will be a time for you to fight. However, it probably wouldn't be of much use. Master, if you want to go out, I'll open the door, Tu Shuang said. He quickly walked to the side of the cabin wall and lightly placed his palm on it. Ka. The sealed cabin door slowly opened. It revealed the scenery of the mountains outside. I'll let you out when the battle begins. Dongbua Shueing waved his hand and stored Tu Shuang away. Let's go. Dongbua Shueing, Persei, and Uncle Fu walked out of the cabin. Just as they walked out of the cabin, when Dongbua Shueing and the rest looked back, they could no longer see the cabin. Without hesitation, they sent their mirage doppelgangers to scout ahead. Uncle Fu scanned the surroundings, while Dongbua Shueing and the other 2 quickly rushed towards the core of the long vine. Dongbua Shueing and the rest were already very close to the long vine. Following the high speed, they traveled for 100,000 li, 50,000 li, 30,000 li. On top of a tall mountain, there were many trees and plants. Among them, there was a large tree gazing into the distance. Amen. A pair of eyes appeared on the trunk of this large tree. It gazed into the distance and saw Dongbua Shueing, Persei, and Uncle Fu, who were currently rushing over. Master, we've discovered Dongbua Shueing. Beside the long vine, within a few rocks, several tens of li away. Within the hidden space, the black-skinned youth, the Lords of Ulan, who was wrapped in white cloth, suddenly opened his eyes. Are they here? The Lords of Ulan also stood up and looked in that direction. He was in the hidden space and could see the outside world. However, the outside world couldn't discover him unless he walked out of the hidden space. Originally, this hidden space had been ambushed by enemies. After being killed by the Lords of Ulan, he temporarily hid here. As time passed, I see them. The Lords of Ulan also saw them. More than 6,000 li away, there were currently 3 figures rushing over happily. Naturally, Dongbua Shueing and the other 2 were happy because they were very close to the core of the long vine. Little darlings, let's move. The Lords of Ulan grinned. Approximately 1,300 li to the left of the long vine, there was a low mountain. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the belly of the mountain. Kill it. Suddenly, a turbulent undulation came from the belly of the mountain. A 4-hooved mutated beast that was fleeing in panic was instantly surrounded by over 10 dark green tentacles that stretched out from nothingness. In an instant, the tentacles entangled it. Then, this 4-hooved mutated beast was completely torn into many pieces. However, there were still other 4-hooved mutated beasts that were fleeing in panic in the direction of Dongbua Shueing and the others. As Dongbua Shueing and the other 2 rushed over, they were all in a good mood. The tall long vine was already incomparably clear to them. However, even if they were to approach it, they still had to be careful. The observational range of the eyes of space was 3,000 li. As for Dongbua Shuiying's true meaning of mirage, it could cover 10,000 li. Dongbua Shuiying's expression changed. He turned his head and looked at 1,300 li to the left of the long vine. The space of the first vine leaf world was strange. There were many enemies that could move stealthily, and even his mirage could not detect them. However, he could still detect mirage creatures. At the belly of the mountain, inside the mirage, there were many 8-clawed mirage creatures rushing out. Their auras were not any weaker than the one that had been fighting earlier. More than 100 8-clawed mirage creatures rushed out. They were chasing after a group of 4-hooved, mutated beasts that were rushing in their direction. 8-clawed mirage creatures. Dongbua Shuiying's expression changed drastically. He anxiously transmitted a message. 139 of them. They are charging towards us. Run. The creatures of the first vine leaf world would kill any outsider without mercy. 139 of them? Persei's eyes widened as well. 8-clawed mirage creatures could be considered to have reached the deity rank. More than 100? Even 100 stone sculpture guards would be very dangerous to them. Why are there so many mirage creatures? And why are they charging towards us? Uncle Fu couldn't believe it. Although he didn't dare to believe it, he didn't dare to hesitate. He also turned and fled. Boom! A figure appeared in midair in the distance. It was a barefooted, dark-skinned young man wrapped in white cloth. He tore a scroll in his hand. A terrifying force instantly enveloped an area of 10,000 li. Countless golden threads appeared. Under the control of the Lords of Ulan, they frantically surged towards Dongbua Shuiying and the other two, entangling Dongbua Shuiying and the other two. Shuiying, Chunjiu, and Uncle Fu could feel the omnipresent golden threads. They couldn't help but feel anxious as they turned their heads to look. They turned their heads to look and saw the dark-skinned young man in midair. Lords of Ulan! Dongbua Shuiying couldn't help but have a murderous look in his eyes. Yulan, I will definitely kill you. Persei's eyes were also bloodshot. He seemed to have gone mad. Haha, kill me. Let's talk after you survive the siege of more than 100 mirage creatures. His voice resounded around Dongbua Shuiying and the others. The Lords of Ulan in midair laughed coldly. Chapter 3:27. A group of 4-hooved, mutated beasts was fleeing in panic. Following them were more than 100 terrifying, borderline god-level 8-clawed mirage life forms hidden in the mirage. Dark green tentacles stretched out from the void, fast as lightning and extremely powerful. Either whipping or coiling, the 4-hooved, mutated beasts were quickly killed. Too terrifying. The Lords of Ulan's expression changed as they watched. They immediately rushed towards the core vine dozens of miles away. Because the distance was very close and his speed was very fast, he crossed dozens of miles in an instant and landed on the core vine. The 8-clawed life forms that had noticed him in the mirage gave up on him. This was because there was a rule in the first vine leaf world. As long as one successfully stepped onto the core vine, they would pass the test of the first vine leaf world and would not be attacked again. Of course, demigod transcendents killing each other was an exception. The Lords of Ulan grinned, revealing their pearly white teeth, and laughed strangely with some excitement. Although these 8-clawed mirage life forms have weak laws and profound mysteries, their strength and speed are all god level. Each of them is stronger than General Kumeng. Moreover, they are launching sneak attacks from the mirage. One-on-one, it would be very difficult for me, not to mention so many of them attacking together. Persei, you're good at close combat. I'm afraid that with just 10 8-clawed mirage life forms, you will definitely lose. As for Dongbua Shuiying, weren't you hiding in the mirage to make it difficult for others to attack you? Unfortunately, these 8-clawed monsters are all mirage life forms. The Lords of Ulan had been waiting for this day for a long time. After their servants had detected the group of 8-clawed mirage life forms in the belly of the mountain, the lords of Ulan had been extremely excited and had been planning for this moment. Dongbua Shue Ing, Percy I, Uncle Fu, and the others instantly understood that these 100 or so 8-clawed mirage life forms were not something they could resist at all. Therefore, their first thought was to turn and run. Damn it. Dongbua Shue Ing could feel the countless golden threads wrapping around his body. He even tried to enter the mirage, but the golden threads were still entangling him. This caused him to only be able to use 50% to 60% of his normal speed. At this speed, it was impossible for him to shake off the 8-clawed mirage creatures. Yulan, Percy I was about to go crazy. What he was shouldering was not only his own life, but also the entire Flying Sword Manor. Uncle Fu, hurry up and leave. Crush the talisman and leave quickly. Percy I transmitted anxiously. Wait for me in the Xia people's world. As long as I make it out alive, we can return to the god realm together. At this moment, the yellow-robed, bald old man, Uncle Fu, was also anxious. He immediately took out several god-level scrolls and began to use them. No need to give it to me. Give it to Dongbua. Give it to him. Percy I transmitted anxiously. I have a divine artifact armor, so there's no need to worry about my defense. Dongbua won't be able to hold on. Although Uncle Fu was completely inclined towards his Manor Master, he understood that the Manor Master was right. Since he already had a divine artifact armor, the mirage creatures couldn't ignore the armor and attack directly. Therefore, the defensive buffs from the divine grade scrolls would be a waste. Hua, hua! 2 god-level scrolls were torn one after another. A red stream of light and a white mist enveloped Dongbua Shuiying's body, causing Dongbua Shuiying's body to seem to be covered with a layer of red and white gauze. Lock! Uncle Fu used another god-level scrolls. A formless gray gas seeped into the mirage realm, wrapping around the 8-clawed mirage creatures. At this moment, the 8-clawed mirage creatures had already killed the group of 4-hooved strange beasts. They had already set their eyes on Dongbua Shuiying and the other 2. They were rushing over at high speed. The distance between the 2 sides was only 3,000 li sai. Uncle Fu was anxious. This was a large-scale control formation that could bind the enemy, whether it was the real world, the mirage realm, the shadow space, or so on. In short, it could permeate and bind all planes of the world. However, binding 139 mirage creatures at the same time would also disperse the formation's power, reducing the speed of each mirage creature by only 5%. If they were concentrated on 3 to 5 targets, their speed would probably be reduced by more than half. Unfortunately, reducing 3 to 5 would have a negligible effect on the overall situation. Was there any difference between being besieged by 139 mirage creatures and being besieged by 136? There was no difference, because the mirage creatures were huge. They couldn't attack at the same time. Damn it, damn it. Uncle Fu's eyes were red with anger. Although he still had god-level scrolls on him, they were of no help. Hurry and leave! Percy I, who was fleeing at high speed, urgently shouted, Manor Master, be careful! Uncle Fu clenched his teeth and crushed the talisman in his hand. Suddenly, an invisible force descended and enveloped Uncle Fu's body. Who? Uncle Fu disappeared into thin air. He was completely transported out of Crimson Rock Mountain. As long as he left Crimson Rock Mountain, Uncle Fu would no longer be able to help. Although he could enter again according to the rules, Crimson Rock Mountain had its own rules. The interval between 2 attempts was at least 100 years. Secondly, the gifts and talismans obtained through the Meteor Bridge could only be obtained once. If he entered again in the future, he wouldn't be able to obtain gifts or talismans. Percy I fled with all his might. Percy I, only 800 li left. Dongbua Shuiying transmitted from the side. He also fled together and didn't enter the mirage. Because the eight-clawed monster was a mirage creature, it made no difference whether he entered the mirage or not. It's useless to escape. Let's fight. Persei stopped. Dongbua Shui-ing also stopped. They were affected by the golden threads and couldn't get rid of them. They could only face them head-on. They're coming. Dongbua Shui-ing opened his mouth. Bang! The gravity domain was immediately released. The laws of profound mysteries avoided Persei and didn't affect Persei. These transcendents actually dare to make a move against us. Human, don't struggle. Just obediently accept your death. The eight-clawed monster's voice seeped into the real world. At the same time, dark green tentacles attacked from all directions. In an instant, dozens of long tentacles transformed into phantoms and enveloped over. Persei revealed his 8 arms and carefully blocked the attacks from all directions. Dongbua Shui-ing was also wielding a spear. The two of them were only 3 to 5 meters apart from each other. The 8-clawed monster's body was rather large. Hence, they were able to squeeze together and besiege Dongbua Shui-ing and Persei. There were only a dozen 8-clawed monsters. Dongbua Shui-ing and Persei each took on the responsibility. Each of them received an estimated 7 to 8 attacks. Dongbua, you be careful. I can't take care of you. Persei waved his 8 arms with great difficulty and desperately blocked the attacks from all directions. His arms and palms became very large. They were like 8 shields that blocked almost all the attacks from all directions. However, those dark green tentacles that stretched out from nothingness, apart from whipping, would also entangle, wanting to entangle Persei. Scram! Dongbua Shui-ing was slightly better. He could clearly observe every 8-clawed monster in the mirage. When they attacked, they were all under Dongbua Shui-ing's observation. Naturally, their reactions were faster. It was a pity these 8-clawed monsters were rather large, but his gravity domain was not strong enough. Under the gravitational repulsion, their speed was probably only reduced by 10%. However, every 8-clawed monster had 8 tentacles. He could only see dozens of long tentacles surrounding him from the mirage and besieging him. Persei couldn't help him either. Boom! Pong! Dongbua Shui-ing used his spear technique again and again. He only used star meteor annihilation once before he was besieged by the tentacles from all directions, forcing him to not dare to use it. This was because star meteor annihilation wasn't coherent enough. He had to use moves that didn't seem to have any pauses. For example, the lightning-fast extreme piercing. He had to use it again and again to block the attacks from all directions. However, even so, in less than half a second, pung! A tentacle broke through the defense of the spear, and the soft tentacle whipped Dongbua Shui-ing's back. A surge of power. The power of a deity caused Dongbua Shui-ing to be thrown forward uncontrollably. In front of him was a dense mass of tentacles that quickly enveloped him. Dongbua! Persei, who had 8 arms, was still barely holding on. Seeing the scene, he couldn't help but feel anxious and pained. Chapter 1. Chapter 328. Ha 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 dai dai. The eyes of the lords of Ulan, who was standing on the core vine in the distance, lit up with excitement and anticipation. He asked himself if he was in such a dangerous situation. Even if there were 3 or 5 of him, the only result would be death, let alone him. The lords of Ulan suddenly frowned, because Dongbua Shui-ing, who had been smashed and thrown forward by the tentacles, had actually disappeared into thin air. He entered the mirage? The lords of Ulan frowned. It's useless to enter the mirage. These 8-tentacled mirage creatures, their strength is not affected in the mirage. Unfortunately, I won't be able to see how you die. Inside the mirage, the 8-tentacled monsters that had originally surrounded Dongbua Shui-ing, as well as some of their own kind, looked at the human that had appeared in the mirage in shock. This human had also run into the mirage? Chi Dongbua Shuiying's palm instantly slashed the blade of the spear, leaving a smear of dark red. Dongbua Shuiying had already been forced into a desperate situation. He could not think of any other way. Entering the mirage, you will also die. Immediately, a group of 8 tentacled monsters continued to besiege him. One after another, dark cyan tentacles enveloped him from all directions. Every tentacle's speed was extremely fast. Even if it was Shuiying, even with his extremely fast extreme piercing, a single spear wouldn't be able to defend against so many tentacles. Pooh, 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 pooh. The spear turned into a mirage, dotted with cold stars. Every time it stabbed the tentacles that surrounded him, it would only break the skin, and the damage to their bodies was negligible. But woo, woo. One by one, the 8 tentacled monsters howled in pain. It was too painful. As long as one of the tentacles was stabbed, it would cause the 8 tentacled monster so much pain that the other tentacles would also shrink back. They all began to roll around, swinging around randomly. Although the voodoo poison in his blood was much weaker, it was still terrifying to know that Dongbua Shuiying was poisoned to the point that his soul trembled in pain. Even with Lord Yulan's temperament, when he was first stabbed, he cried out in pain. Upon seeing this, Dongbua Shuiying hurriedly started to attack the 8 tentacled monsters that were surrounding Persei. Uft, ft, ft. The cold light of the spear tip carried a trace of dark red, making the 8 tentacled monsters howl every time. In the real world, Persei, who was on the verge of collapsing, was bewildered. This was because the number of tentacles reaching out of the ethereal extent to attack him had decreased greatly. Persei, quick! Run towards the core vine. These mirage creatures are affected by the pain caused by the voodoo poison, but it won't be long before they get used to it. Dongbua Shuiying transmitted his voice. Xiao! While he was transmitting his voice, he hurriedly rushed toward the core long vine and smeared some of his blood on the spear's edge. But there were a total of 139 8 tentacles monsters. The other 8 tentacled monsters that were not attacked also roared and attacked. Dongbua Shuiying still attacked again and again, using the weaker extreme piercing. But this was enough. One by one, the 8 tentacled monsters tasted the pain of the voodoo poison. After all, they were also made of flesh and blood, not deity realm warriors and the like. Under the penetration of the voodoo poison, they instantly howled. Damned human! What poison is this? Kill him. The pain could not be reduced, but the 8 tentacled monsters quickly adapted. After all, they were also creatures that had reached the deity realm. Pain, pain. At least they could still continue fighting. This kind of pain also filled them with even more hatred and killing intent. Dongbua Shuiying worked hard and only managed to stab 110 8-tentacled monsters. The 8 tentacled monsters that were stabbed the earliest adapted and attacked again. So fast? Dongbua Shuiying also knew that they would adapt very quickly. Back then, the lords of Ulan had adapted in an instant. Not only was Dongbua Shuiying attacked again, but Persei, who had started to flee, was also attacked again, because there was no Dongbua Shuiying to help him share the burden. More than a dozen 8-tentacled monsters besieged him at the same time. Over 100 long, dark green tentacles covered the sky and covered the earth as they besieged him. Persei also revealed a look of despair. Bang, bang, bang. His 8 arms were perfect for defense. But a large number of tentacles entangled him from all directions again and again, like a large net. Persei was struggling, trying hard to break through. But this time the tentacles were almost twice as many as before. Just a second later, chi, 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 a large number of tentacles completely wrapped him up. Densely packed, they formed a ball of entangled tentacles. Persei was completely wrapped inside. It's over. Persei was in despair, although he had the deity armor, and these 8 tentacled monsters could not break his defense, he would not die. But he would be brought to the lair of these monsters. In the lair of so many monsters, he could not escape at all. If he could not escape, he would not be able to pass the test of the first vine leaf world. There was a time limit for a world deity to let him come down, because it would not be long before the sorcerer god and the great demon god would start a war. At that time, they would no longer have the chance to enter Crimson Rock Mountain. This time they had to succeed. It's over, it's over. Persei could not resist. He felt that he was completely trapped. It seemed that these 8 tentacled monsters were grabbing him and moving him. Ha ha ha, Persei is finished. The lords of Ulan, who was standing on the core vine, saw that Persei was finally completely bound by the tentacles and dragged into the mirage. He revealed a look of joy. Only Dongbua Shui-ing is left. With so many mirage creatures, he won't be able to hold on for long. But the lords of Ulan also knew that Dongbua Shui-ing was still holding on, because he could feel the fluctuations of the battle within the mirage. Inside the mirage, Dongbua Shui-ing was indeed holding on. Pooh! The long spear pierced the tentacles that besieged him. Woo! The 8 tentacled monsters immediately howled. Although they were already suffering from this pain, when they were pierced again, Dongbua Shui-ing's blood that contained voodoo poison seeped in, causing the concentration of the poison in the bodies of these 8 tentacled monsters to increase. Naturally, the pain was also intensifying. Therefore, although they were all getting angrier, but under the attack of Dongbua Shui-ing's long spear, the 8 tentacled monsters were also affected. The power of my poison is still weaker. Every time I use it, the effect on the battle will be lower and lower. Dongbua Shui-ing was extremely anxious. I can't lose, I can't. I promised Jingqiu that I will definitely return. Xia clan, it won't be long before war breaks out. I can't lose, I can't. When Dongbua Shui-ing saw Persei being tied up and dragged into the mirage after being defeated, he understood that he would only be in a worse state if he lost because he didn't have a deity armor. True meaning of star and true meaning of mirage. As long as I break through one, I will have hope. Dongbua Shui-ing was incomparably anxious. At this moment, while he was crazily executing his extreme piercing, his mind was trying hard to recall the scene of creation of heaven and earth. He was forcefully suppressing the influence of the 6 ghosts' resentment voodoo poison in his body, and thinking of ways to deduce the true meaning of star and true meaning of mirage. He had to break through. If he didn't break through, he would die. Pum! A tentacle broke through his defense and whipped Dongbua Shui-ing's body. Dongbua Shui-ing flew backwards and immediately thrusted his spear with lightning speed, piercing the tentacle that wanted to wrap around him. Ayo! That 8-tentacled monster immediately howled, and its entire body trembled. However, it quickly attacked again. Fortunately, Uncle Fu had previously used the deity grade scrolls to enhance his defense on himself. Otherwise, under the direct attack of a deity grade power, even if he didn't die, he would still be seriously injured. After a few more attacks, he would be finished. Star, Mirage, Dongbua Shui-ing was about to go crazy from anxiety. In his mind, there was the scene of the birth of the entire world when the Crimson Rock Mountains owner pointed out with a finger. There were plants, flowers, birds, and beasts in that world when he thought of that incomparably vast and thick land. Dongbua Shui-ing's heart suddenly moved. Boom! The true meaning of star, which was originally on the surface of his body, suddenly condensed, and the surrounding gravity domain's power also abruptly increased. The powerful gravitational force instantly swept across all the 8-tentacled monsters surrounding him. Their bodies were originally large, and it was just that the gravity domain's power was weak before, but it still reduced their speed by 10%. But now that the gravity domain had suddenly increased, it caused the surrounding group of 8-tentacled monsters to stop their bodies, and their speed suddenly slowed down. The true meaning of star has broken through. Dongbua Shui-ing was so excited that he was about to cry. At the moment of life and death, he actually broke through. The heavens don't want me to die. The heavens don't want me to die. The second watch had arrived. There was still the third watch. Chapter 329. His true meaning of star and true meaning of mirage had long reached the peak of the Stage 2 realm. After watching creation of heaven and earth, he had gained many insights and felt that he could break through at any time. However, this at any time was uncontrollable. Dongbua Shui Ing didn't dare to say that he could break through whenever he wanted to. The temporal temple forces the reincarnators to break through at the edge of life and death. Even though it is cruel, but under the pressure of life and death, it is indeed easier to break through. Dongbua Shui Ing was also rejoicing. Just now he was in an incomparably anxious situation. In the face of death, his life instinctively burst forth with the strongest desire to survive. Even the influence of the hex poison rapidly decreased. At that time, the speed at which his brain deduced true meanings had soared. Even without the hex poison's influence, his brain's deduction speed wouldn't have been this fast. This was the state of being forced by the edge of life and death. It is easier to break through under the pressure of life and death. However, it is better to avoid such situations. Dongbua Shui Ing didn't like this feeling of despair. The gravity domain repelled all the 8 tentacled monsters. Every single one of their movements was repelled by the gravity, causing their speed to decrease by another 20 to 30%. Kill. The spear in Dongbua Shui Ing's hand rotated. With the aura of destruction, the whirlpool of gravity on the spear became stronger. After converging into a point, it became even more natural. Its speed also increased. With a flash, the spear tip stabbed into a dark green tentacle. The terrifying, profound mysteries of destruction contained within this spear was immediately transmitted to the entire body. The huge 8-tentacled monster instantly turned into ashes before dissipating into nothingness. Star meteor annihilation. A single spear kill. Previously, Dongbua Shui Ing had always been pondering over his secret skill. However, he hadn't perfected it. After his true meaning of star and true meaning of extreme piercing reached the Stage 3 realm, their coordination was very smooth. Everything was very natural. Even though it wasn't perfect, it was sufficient. This attack was stronger than before, and the laws of profound mysteries were similarly higher. It could be said that among the lords of Ulan, Persei, and the Meishan Master, Dongbua Shui Ing's spear techniques were the most terrifying. Boom! 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 The speed of star meteor annihilation was close to that of extreme piercing. The 8-tentacled monsters were even slower under the gravity. Moreover, every time the spear was released, a monster would die, and the 8 tentacles would all disappear. Naturally, Dongbua Shui Ing felt much more relaxed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The spear flew. The surrounding 8-tentacled monsters were annihilated one after another, scaring the other 8-tentacled mirage life forms into a daze. Run, run, run. The 8-tentacled mirage creatures began to flee in panic. You want to escape? At this moment, Dongbua Shui Ing's gravity domain reversed and produced a strong gravitational force that slowed down their escape speed. Persei. Dongbua Shui Ing charged straight at the 8-tentacled mirage creatures that were binding Persei. Seeing Dongbua Shui Ing chasing after them, those 8-tentacled mirage creatures were very intelligent. They immediately understood that this white-clothed human wanted to save their companion. Without hesitation, they released their tentacles, and the bound Persei was released. Those 8-tentacled mirage creatures fled in all directions. Only then did Dongbua Shui Ing stop chasing. What's going on? Persei looked at his surroundings in a daze. He had already been expelled from the mirage realm and returned to the real world. His surroundings were empty, and far away was the core vine. The lords of Ulan, who stood on the core vine, also had a look of astonishment on their faces. Whoosh! A white-clothed figure walked out of the void. It was Dongbua Shuang. Dongbua, it's you? Persei was slightly excited. I was lucky to have broken through at the moment of life and death. How lucky? Dongbua Shuang felt incomparably lucky. He felt like he had just survived a calamity. Ha ha ha, this is also my luck. Persei could not hide his excitement. Previously, he was in despair and thought that he was finished. This time he had failed the mission. Even if he relied on his armor to hold on, the moment he reached the time limit set by the oath he made with the world deity, he would die even if he hid in the deepest part of the dark abyss, let alone hiding in the Crimson Rock Mountain. Dongbua Shuang and Persei turned their heads to look at the distant core vine. Looking at the lords of Ulan, their eyes were filled with killing intent. Yulan! Their killing intent soared. Almost both of them were finished. Not only would they have died, but the Flying Sword Villa and the Xia people behind them would also have suffered great losses. Yulan die. Dongbua Shuang growled and immediately turned into a stream of light. Persei did the same. They actually didn't die. They actually didn't die. They survived the encirclement of 139 mirage creatures. The lords of Ulan could not believe the scene in front of them. Persei had been expelled from the mirage, and even Dongbua Shuang had walked out of the mirage. When Persei and Dongbua Shuang looked over with killing intent, they both rushed over. Without hesitation, the lords of Ulan flew along the long vine. They flew in the direction of the second vine leaf world. Persei couldn't fight in the mirage at all. It seems like Dongbua Shuang had dealt with those mirage creatures. He wasn't strong enough at all. Could he have broken through? The lords of Ulan gritted their teeth in anger. They knew that it would be difficult for the rest of them to break through. This was because they all wanted to enter the deity heart realm from the peak of the third stage. This step was like a natural chasm, and Dongbua Shuang was the easiest to break through among them. We didn't kill him, but he actually became stronger. The lords of Ulan was furious. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Although he was furious, he was running for his life at the fastest speed possible. Dongbua Shuang and Persei were still surrounded by golden threads. Although their power had been reduced, the lords of Ulan had already run far away by the time they reached the core of the long vine. Moreover, his speed was even faster than Dongbua Shuang and Persei. They were destined to get further and further away from each other. Forget it. We can't catch up, Persei said. This scourge must be eliminated, Dongbua Shuang said. Amen. If there's a chance, we must eliminate him. Otherwise, he might even plot against us. Persei nodded, but don't worry. In the vine leaf world, it will be harder for him to plot against us. When Dongbua Shuang thought of the later trials, he couldn't help but nod. Let's go and take a look at the lair of those 8 tentacled monsters. Dongbua Shuang's eyes were filled with anticipation. He pointed at the belly of a low mountain about 1,300 kilometers away. It's there! Ha ha ha! Previously, there was only one 8-tentacled monster, but there were 2 deity weapons and a deity warrior. This time, the threat is much greater than before. There will definitely be more fortuitous encounters and treasures. Persei was also looking forward to it, but don't be anxious. Let's wait for the shackles around us to dissipate first. Amen, Dongbua Shuang nodded. The golden threads were getting weaker and weaker. Dongbua Shuang and Persei's true meaning surged on the surface of their bodies, weakening it time and time again. I'll let my mirage doppelganger check. Dongbua Shuang looked in that direction. With a thought, a mirage doppelganger that looked exactly the same as Dongbua Shuang appeared at the entrance of the belly of the mountain and walked in. Hong, hong, hong. Some of the 8-tentacled monsters that had escaped back to their lair saw the white-robed young man walking in again. Instantly, they fled in fright. Through the mirage, they rushed out of their lair. There were actually a total of 55 mirage creatures in this lair. Previously, when they went to chase after Dongbua Shuang, there were still some left in the lair. Now that they knew how powerful Dongbua Shuang was, they didn't want to fight anymore, because once they did, they would be killed in one shot. The powerful life force that they were so proud of was completely useless. There are actually so many of them. Dongbua Shuang was also shocked. Counting them, there were originally more than 200 mirage creatures in this mountain. Very soon, the golden threads on his body dissipated completely. "Let's go." Dongbua Shuang and Persei immediately walked over. Very soon, they arrived at the entrance of the belly of the mountain. Outside the belly of the mountain, Dongbua Shuang left behind 3 mirage life forms. They spread out and monitored every direction. The 2 of them walked into the belly of the mountain. The belly of the mountain was empty. It was very big, about 5 to 6 li in area. There were some plants and wild flowers growing inside. There were also some flowing streams. And in a corner of the belly of the mountain, there was a piece of crystal jade floating in midair. Dongbua Shuang and Persei's gazes fell on the floating crystal jade in the distance. "I won't be going." Persei smiled. No matter how thick-skinned he was, he couldn't possibly get involved at this moment. He was already very lucky to be able to survive this time. It was impossible for him to split the treasures. Of course, if Dongbua Shuang didn't need it, and Dongbua Shuang took the initiative to give it to him, he would still be willing to accept it. Chapter 330. It was impossible for Dongbua Shuang to reject it. This was a treasure guarded by over 200 mirage creatures. Even if he did not have Transcendent Battle Chi and could not use it, it would still be good to send it back to the Xia people. Who knows, it might even be of great use in the upcoming war. Who? Dongbua Shuang walked to a corner of the mountain and took in a deep breath. He extended his hand towards the crystal jade. Cautiously, he did not touch it directly with his palm. Instead, he used the heaven and earth energy to wrap around the crystal jade. However, suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the crystal jade and tunneled into Dongbua Shuang's forehead. This caused Dongbua Shuang to jump in fright. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Even with the deity tier scrolls on him and the green armored protector, he was unable to block this beam of light. Blood creeping flower, the companion plant of the sky-reaching vine. It is an innate deity tier plant life form. The crystal jade contains a seed of the blood creeping flower. As long as the crystal jade is refined and the seed is released, the seed will be able to absorb the heaven and earth energy and grow. When it is born, it will be comparable to a demigod. In 100 years, it will be able to reach the deity tier. In 1,000 years, it will be able to reach the deity tier. In 10,000 years, it will be able to reach the deity tier. In 100,000 years, it will be able to reach the peak of the deity tier. This is the perfect, matured body. If you feed it with origin stones, deity crystals, flesh, and corpses, it will be able to accelerate its growth. The detailed method to nurture it, the method to control it, combat proficiency, a large amount of information appeared in his mind. Dongbua Shuang's eyes shone with excitement. Countless thoughts appeared in his mind. As long as he nurtured this blood-creeping flower properly, it could allow the Xia people to have another deity tier combat power when the war broke out. Furthermore, as a deity tier plant life form, it would be much harder to deal with than ordinary deities. Its life force was much stronger. Refine. Dongbua Shuang immediately sent a strand of his soul energy into the crystal jade. Runes appeared on the surface of the crystal jade, and the crystal jade gradually turned transparent, revealing a black seed in the center. The black seed began to awaken, and green roots began to grow on its surface. There were even green leaves on the surface. These tender leaves rapidly absorbed the surrounding energy. Chi, chi, chi. The crystal jade rapidly shrank and was soon devoured by the green vines on the black seed. Hoo! The surrounding heaven and earth energy surged, and the green leaves on the green vine began to grow. The green leaves swayed, and the green vine continued to grow. The black seed gradually withered, and finally it completely turned into powder. In the blink of an eye, a beautiful red flower bud began to grow on the green vine's many leaves. Be good, come here. Dongbua Shwe-ing smiled and stretched out his right hand. The blood-creeping flower that was floating in midair instantly flew into Dongbua Shwe-ing's palm. It then obediently coiled around Dongbua Shwe-ing's wrist, shrinking rapidly like a vine's bracer. Although it had turned into a wrist guard, it was still constantly absorbing the energy of the world. This is the blood-creeping flower. Persei walked over as well, and was incomparably shocked. As expected of the almighty existence of the god realm, this is too extravagant. This treasure is a god-tier plant life form. I heard that plant life forms usually have to be refined and controlled from the seed stage. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to control them when they grow. Amen. Dongbua Shwe-ing nodded and revealed a smile. That's right. I was only able to control this blood-creeping flower after refining that crystal jade. A blood-creeping flower. A single blood-creeping flower can be exchanged for 3 to 5 peak stage deity slaves. Persei sighed. So expensive? Dongbua Shwe-ing was shocked. When it matures, it will only be a peak stage deity. It's different. This refined plant life form is absolutely loyal, and it can transform into a plant armor to protect itself. Naturally, its value is much higher than a peak stage deity slave. Those slaves, although they were forced to be slaves, they might seem obedient, but they might be harboring hatred in their hearts. Who knows, one day, they might even self-detonate to harm their master. This isn't impossible. Persei said, how can it be as reassuring as a plant life form? Dongbua Shwe-ing nodded. It's a pity. Dongbua, if you didn't refine it, this crystal jade seed could be sold to the outside world. Persei said, it's not impossible to get those major powers to send an antidote for the 6 ghosts' grudge into the mortal world. It's a pity that you've already refined it. This blood-creeping flower has already begun to grow, and it will be hard for it to recognize a new master. Ah. Dongbua Shwe-ing was speechless. Exchange for the antidote? It could be exchanged for 3 to 5 peak stage deity slaves. Among all the ancestors of the Xia people, only 3 had reached the peak stage deity level. Even if they sold all their treasures, they wouldn't be able to afford this seed. Crimson Rock Mountain. As a treasure left behind by a powerful existence, a single strand of hair from it would be thicker than the thighs of those deities. Forget it. Dongbua Shwe-ing shook his head. Since I have already refined it, forget it. Moreover, it would be of great help in the war between the sorcerer god and the great demon god. Even if he died from the hex poison, before he died he could still order the blood-creeping flower to protect the Xia people. It's good that you're able to accept it. Moreover, Dongbua, your strength is constantly improving. Who knows, with our group, you might be able to successfully pass through the 5 vine leaf worlds of the sky-reaching vine. Persei sighed. Anyway, I'll just try my best. Dongbua Shwe-ing said. However, it was different from before. Previously, Dongbua Shwe-ing was prepared to risk his life. If he didn't get the antidote, he would rather die along the way. However, now that he had obtained the blood-creeping flower, Dongbua Shwe-ing felt that if he really couldn't do it, he would crush the talisman and leave at the very last moment, because he had to bring the blood-creeping flower out. Hoo! On the core long vine, Dongbua Shwe-ing and Persei followed the core long vine, transforming into 2 streams of light as they flew at high speed. Oh, right, Dongbua. You've been talking about the war between the sorcerer god and the great demon god. Do you know when the war will start? Persei asked. I don't know. Dongbua Shwe-ing shook his head. However, the clone of the great demon god that our Xia people destroyed was almost perfect. Therefore, I'm guessing that they are well prepared and could start the war at any time. Chunju smiled. I can tell you a piece of information. Dongbo Shueing looked at him. The war should start 20 years later. Persei said, I don't dare to confirm the exact time, but it should start 20 years later. 20 years later. Dongbo Shueing was shocked. Why do you say so? Persei said, You should know that I was ordered to enter the Xia people's world by a great universe deity. Back then, I made an oath with him, stating that I must enter the Crimson Rock Mountain within 20 years of entering the Xia people's world. Moreover, that universe deity also instructed me not to delay. Once the war starts, the Crimson Rock Mountain will be completely surrounded by the Sorcerer God and the Great Demon God. I won't have the chance to enter anymore. Since he ordered me to enter within 20 years, I estimate that the war will start 20 years later. Moreover, it's not just me. The other teams are also coming. I reckon that the universe deity or great demon god level existence behind them have already found some information. Persei said. Dongbo Shueing nodded his head solemnly. The ancestors of the Xia people were only deities after all. In terms of information gathering, they could not compare to those universe deities. After all, according to Persei and the others, the difference between a deity and a universe deity was like the difference between a mortal and a transcendent. 20 years. Dongbo Shueing had many thoughts in his mind. Dongbo Shueing and Persei flew all the way. Soon, he flew along the core of the long vine to the main trunk of the sky-reaching vine and continued to fly upwards. After flying for 8 days, they finally reached the second vine leaf world. Along the way, Dongbo Shueing and Persei had been rushing, trying to catch up to the Lords of Ulan. Unexpectedly, they did not find them. The Lords of Ulan escaped pretty quickly. Persei said coldly, The second vine leaf world. I don't believe he can escape. Dongbo Shueing said. First update. Chapter 331. Let's join forces as soon as possible and eliminate him. Persei didn't hide his killing intent. The ambush from the Lords of Ulan had almost killed them both. We must eliminate him. Dongbo Shueing's eyes were filled with killing intent as well. The Lords of Ulan had set up a trap in such a dangerous place, like the first vine leaf world. It was clear how strong their desire for revenge was. If the Lords of Ulan had become protector disciples and left Crimson Rock Mountain alive, they wouldn't have left for the Dark Abyss so easily. They might have taken revenge on the Xia people and massacred them. Congratulations, you're still alive. The green-haired Shiwei suddenly appeared on the main branch beside them. Senior Shiwei. Dongbo Shueing and Persei bowed respectfully. This is the second vine leaf world. Shiwei looked down at the vast second vine leaf world. You should know the rules. In the second vine leaf world, there are patrolling mountain beasts in the mountains. Every transcendent will be attacked by a patrolling mountain beast. If you stay in the second vine leaf world for more than 10 days, you will be attacked by 2 patrolling mountain beasts at the same time. If you stay for more than a month, you will be attacked by 5 patrolling mountain beasts. To be able to survive the attacks of 5 patrolling mountain beasts, you won't be in danger no matter how long you stay in the second vine leaf world. Of course, killing each other between transcendents doesn't count, Shiwei explained. Understood. Dongbo Shueing and Persei nodded. They already knew the rules. The first and second vine leaf worlds will unearth your potential. Make good use of this opportunity and increase your strength. Shiwei smiled and merged into the main branch. Whoosh whoosh. Dongbo Shueing and Persei swooped down and landed at the edge of the giant vine leaf world. Dongbo, Uncle Fu has already crushed his talisman and left Crimson Rock Mountain. We can no longer use God tier scrolls. Persei said, facing the patrolling mountain beasts will be troublesome. Are you sure we should move together? Of course we'll go together. This way, when we meet the Lords of Ulan, we'll be more confident in killing him. Dongbua Shueing said, "As for the patrolling mountain beast, even though I don't have a deity tier scroll anymore, my true meaning of star has already broken through to the grade 3 realm. Thus, my gravity domain is effective against it." Persei revealed a happy expression. "Good. This true meaning of stars is really balanced. It can be of some use in any dangerous situation." Dongbua Shueing nodded. True meaning. Some are extreme, some are balanced. Mirage and extreme piercing were both extreme techniques. Just like Persei's true meaning of only me, it was also very extreme, completely improving one's body. As for the true meaning of star, it was very balanced. First of all, its defense was strong, and so was its strength. Of course, pure strength wasn't that effective when attacking. The true meaning of star could only be considered average in terms of offense. Moreover, it also had a domain type, gravity domain. Gravity was a very effective, large-scale domain. The greater the mass, the better the effect of the gravity domain. With this true meaning of star, it was indeed very comprehensive. This was especially so for the true meaning of star and extreme piercing, which combined to form the star meteor annihilation. This secret skill was truly perfect. It possessed both extreme strength and terrifying, destructive, profound mysteries. The second vine leaf world was a vast mountain range that stretched on endlessly. Dongbua Shueing and Persei arrived at the entrance of a huge canyon. To enter the second vine leaf world, they had to follow this canyon until they reached the end. The Meishan Master's team is the fastest. They are 1 day ahead of us, Persei said. As for Yulan, he shouldn't be much faster than us. We might even be able to catch up to him. Chase. Dongbua Shueing nodded. So. The two of them immediately followed the canyon. More than 2 hours after they entered the canyon, a figure walked out from a cave in a distant mountain. It was a barefooted, black-skinned youth, wrapped in white cloth. He looked at the entrance of the canyon from afar, his eyes filled with mockery and coldness. "Two idiots. They still want to chase after me, but they don't know that I'm right behind them. No matter how hard you chase, you won't be able to catch up to me." Only then did the lords of Ulan slowly walk towards the canyon. Of course, he also released his time deceleration domain to check on the enemy. This canyon ran through the entire mountain range, all the way to the end. It was about 9 million kilometers long. Dongbua Shueing and Persei were extremely fast. Along the way, they saw various patterns on the walls of the canyon. Sometimes they couldn't help but stop to take a look. However, they still managed to cover 1 million kilometers in just an hour. On the grassy field in front of the cliff, the Meishan Master, the white-robed girl, and the black-robed man were looking at the cliff. They were comprehending and pondering. There were some sword art patterns on the cliff. Dongbua Shueing, Persei, you guys are really fast. The Meishan Master turned to look at Dongbua Shueing and the others. He took a step forward and walked out of the grassy field where they were comprehending. That was because the flow of time in that grassy field was very fast. In this second vine leaf world, there were many places where the flow of time was very fast. This way, the Transcendents could use the flow of time to have more time to slowly comprehend. For example, after 10 days, they would be attacked by 2 patrolling mountain beasts. If the flow of time was 10 times faster, 10 days would be equivalent to 100 days. After all, staying for more than 10 days was the normal time in the outside world. The Meishan Master laughed. "I arrived at the second vine leaf world a day earlier than you guys. How did you catch up so quickly?" "Why, there were many cliffs on the way, and there were many seniors' profound mysteries, fist arts, spear arts, sword arts, saber arts, and so on. Didn't you guys comprehend them?" "There's no rush." Persei laughed. "Let's chase after the lords of Ulan and kill Yulan first. Then we can slowly comprehend them. Right, Meishan Master? Did you see the lords of Ulan?" Dongbua Shueing asked. The Meishan Master shook his head. "I didn't see him. He definitely isn't here. If he was here, I would have definitely discovered him. Ah. Dongbua Shui-ing and Persei looked at each other. He's behind us, Dongbua Shui-ing said. The lords of Ulan must know that we are chasing after him. Therefore, when he arrived at the second vine leaf world, he wasn't in a hurry to enter the canyon. Instead, he should be hiding somewhere in the mountains. He probably saw us enter the canyon before entering. What do we do now? Persei asked. Do we return and kill him? There's no rush. Dongbua Shui-ing shook his head. Who knows how long the lords of Ulan have been hiding in the mountains? He will eventually enter the canyon. We just need to slowly cultivate and wait for him to enter the trap. Persei nodded and laughed. Yes, I saw a few interesting places just now, but I didn't stop to cultivate. Let's go. Let's go back and take a look. Dongbua Shui-ing was also itching to go. Thanks. We'll be leaving first. Dongbua Shui-ing and Persei immediately bid farewell to the Maishan master. The two turned and left. They talked about the cliff carvings they had seen before. Soon, they chose a place that both of them were interested in and stopped after walking for hundreds of thousands of kilometers. They lifted their heads to look at the cliff. On the cliff, there was a pattern made of countless lines. It looked like a massive crater of a volcano. Countless spheres were flying out of the crater, each of which carried a destructive aura. The crater of the volcano was so deep that they couldn't see the bottom. It seemed to contain the source of all destruction. Shui-ing and Qinjiu immediately searched for the region in front of the cliff where the flow of time was the fastest. That region was next to a stream, where the flow of time was estimated to be 9 times that of normal. Kid, just absorb as much as you want. Dongbua Shui-ing looked at the blood-creeping flower wristband on his wrist. Apparently, the wristband was absorbing heaven and earth energy. Dongbua Shui-ing and Persei calmed down and lifted their heads to watch. Of course, Dongbua Shui-ing also sent a part of his consciousness to monitor the surroundings with his mirage. Persei also used the true meaning of 8 dragons to check the surrounding 10,000 miles. If the lords of Ulan came, they could attack them. This feeling of destruction. Dongbua Shui-ing looked at the crater of the volcano on the cliff. It was as though he could feel the aura of the extreme point that represented the beginning of everything. He couldn't help but feel it carefully. Occasionally, he would move his fingers to test out his thoughts. The second update arrived. Chapter 332. About 15,000 kilometers into the canyon, the black-skinned teenager, the lords of Ulan, had his arms crossed in front of his chest. He was frowning as he looked at the diagram on the cliff in front of him. It was a combination of sword and blade techniques. It should have been left behind by a senior from the deity world. Space-time. The lords of Ulan narrowed his eyes. The sword represents time, while the blade represents space. To be able to unleash the power of space-time, even though it didn't fuse time and space into a complete temporal deity heart. But to be able to fuse 2 laws of profound mysteries so exquisitely is quite amazing. The eyes of the lords of Ulan were filled with desire. He could tell that this should be a secret skill created by a deity who had grasped hold of both the time and space deity hearts. Naturally, there would only be one true deity heart, but just like transcendence, they could comprehend many true meanings. Deities could also raise their true meanings to the deity heart realm, but in the end, they could only choose one true deity heart. For example, Dongbua Shui-ing could raise his extreme piercing, star, and mirage to the deity heart realm, but to condense a true deity heart, he could only choose one. The moment he condensed a true deity heart, he would have to follow this path. The evolution of the deity heart would also follow this path. Of my 2 true meanings, one is a profound mystery related to time, while the other is mixed with profound mystery related to space. If I could comprehend one or 2, I might be able to create a secret skill of my own. The eyes of the lords of Ulan were filled with desire. A secret skill. Dongbua Shuiying's combat power was originally not that ridiculous, but after creating a secret skill, it allowed his combat power to explosively increase. If I can create a secret skill, there will be hope for me to pass through the sky-reaching vine. The lords of Ulan immediately began to carefully observe. Occasionally, they would close their eyes and rapidly deduce and perfect it in their minds. At another location, Dongbua Shuiying and Persei stood by the riverbank, looking at the volcano erupting spheres on the cliff. A day had passed in the outside world, and the two were immersed in it. For those transcendents who had just started cultivating, they were usually forbidden from looking at the blade and spear techniques created by other transcendents. This was because they were worried that they would take a wrong path. However, after grasping the true meaning, one would naturally have their own path. Nothing will go wrong. However, there was always an exception. Even deities or even world deity existences would have doubts and doubts about their own cultivation path. In the end, their true deity hearts would collapse and they would die. Of course, those were extremely rare, so it was best to choose a path that was close to one's own if one wanted to comprehend the experiences of their predecessors. So that's how it is. These experts of the deity world have walked much further than us transcendents in the field of laws and profound mysteries. The more Shuiying comprehended, the more he discovered things that made him sigh in admiration. His understanding of the extreme piercing deepened, and he couldn't help but wave his fingers. His fingers were like a spear, displaying the technique again and again. On the other side of the cliff behind Dongbua Shuiying and Persei, two gigantic creatures suddenly appeared. Both of them looked like they were made from metal and stone. They were about 10 meters long with 4 hooves and fangs. Its claws were strong and powerful. Who? The two of them suddenly rushed out, turning into 2 gusts of wind, terrifyingly fast. Be careful. Dongbua Shuiying and Persei were constantly sensing their surroundings. Naturally, they were able to sense the 2 beasts at the first moment. However, they were still in a rush. So fast, I'm afraid they are moving at least 2,000 kilometers per second. Shuiying was startled by their speed. Since they were pouncing over from the cliff behind him, the distance was too close. Shuiying first released his gravity domain, causing the surging gravitational force to act on the 2 beasts that were more than 10 meters long and seemed to be cast from metal and stone, causing their speed to sharply decrease. However, they were still able to move at a speed of 1,500 to 1,500 kilometers per second. Dongbua Shuiying disappeared and directly entered the mirage. Too fast. Persei immediately turned around and revealed his 8 arms. One of the beasts did not hesitate and clashed directly with Persei. The other beast that was originally charging towards Dongbua Shuiying took a glance. Its gaze seemed to be able to see through the mirage and see Dongbua Shuiying. However, it only changed its direction slightly and directly charged towards Persei. This was because once it entered the mirage, its strength would be affected. Thus, it would be better to work together and kill one of them first. This was also the reason why Dongbua Shuiying and Persei were in danger together. These patrolling mountain beasts would work together to deal with one of them first. Pow! After colliding with the first beast, Chinjiu was sent flying. He turned into a beam of light and slammed into the cliff behind him, which was engraved with the crater of the volcano. Amidst the rumbling sound, the invisible barrier on the cliff blocked Chinjiu's attack. Chinjiu's entire body trembled, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Dongbua, help me! Persei immediately shouted. He has a deity armor and a body that cultivates the true meaning of only me. Yet he was hit to the point where he vomited blood. Dongbua Shuiying was shocked within the mirage. He did not hesitate and immediately flew at high speed to intercept one of the patrolling mountain beasts. The second vine leaf world, there was only one type of danger, the patrolling mountain beasts. If one did not stay inside for more than 10 days, a transcendent would only be attacked by one patrolling mountain beast. As long as one won, the second vine leaf world would be considered to have been cleared. It sounded simple, but it was precisely because one only needed to deal with the patrolling mountain beasts. These patrolling mountain beasts were exceptionally terrifying. Only Persei, who had the deity armor, dared to face them head-on. If Dongbua Shui knew about this, he would have long been frightened into hiding in the mirage. This was because if Dongbua Shui were to face them head-on, he would probably die in a single exchange even with the true meaning of star and the green-armored protector. After all, no matter how powerful the green-armored protector was, it could not compare to the deity armor. In fact, it was far from it. No matter how powerful the true meaning of star was, it could not compare to the true meaning of only me, which completely cultivated the body. If even Persei vomited blood, how could Dongbua Shui still be alive? Persei, your body is strong. Try to resist more. Dongbua Shui transmitted to him. He could tell that Persei's body had not been destroyed yet. You rascal! Persei leaned against the cliff, his 8 arms wrapped around him as he stared at the 2 patrolling mountain beasts. Come on, come on. Roar! Roar! The 2 patrolling mountain beasts roared and once again transformed into a gust of wind as they charged forward. This time, Persei did not dare to face them head-on. Instead, he used his exquisite battle techniques to divert as much force as he could and endure for as long as possible. At the same time, he transmitted, Dongbua, I will draw the attention of the 2 of them. I will leave the offense to you. All right. Hua. A spear suddenly pierced out from the void, bringing with it the destructive aura of star meteor annihilation. However, that patrolling mountain beast was also able to see through the mirage. It swung its long tail and clashed directly with Dongbua Shuiying's spear. This patrolling mountain beast truly has the strength of a sacred mountain. Dongbua Shuiying saw that after the tail clashed with his spear, it was actually able to easily divert the force of the attack. How powerful was the star meteor annihilation? It was actually able to divert the force of the attack, just like that. And this is just a tail whip. If it was a frontal attack, its might would probably be on another level. Roar! Although it managed to block the attack, the patrolling mountain beast still felt the pain. It turned to look at Dongbua Shuiying in the mirage and let out a low roar. The other patrolling mountain beast also stopped attacking Persei. The 2 patrolling mountain beasts exchanged glances. Hoo! They leaped into the mirage at the same time. Both of them leaped into the mirage. Within the mirage, the 2 patrolling mountain beasts, every move was hindered. However, they were still too powerful. They actually managed to reach the mirage. Dongbua Shuiying immediately released his gravity domain and tried his best to stop them. He couldn't help but be on high alert. Dongbua, can you hold on? If you can't, return to the real world. I'll help you. Persei transmitted his voice to him. I'll give it a try first. There are only 2 patrolling mountain beasts. In 10 days, there will be 4 of them. In the end, there will be 10 of them. After dealing with 10 of them, we can cultivate here for a long time. Dongbua Shuiying wielded his spear and looked at the 2 patrolling mountain beasts cautiously. The 2 patrolling mountain beasts were also staring at Dongbua Shuiying. They had discovered that among the 2 transcendents, the one hiding in the mirage posed the greatest threat to them. That was why they came to kill him first. You want to deal with 4 of them? And 10 of them? Are you crazy? I won't go crazy with you. Persei transmitted his voice to him. It's time for the 3rd break. I'll definitely finish the 5th break today. Let's wait and see tomorrow morning. Chapter 333. Within the mirage, the 2 patrolling mountain beasts stood in the air as they stared at Dongbua Shuiying. Dongbua Shuiying held a spear in his hand as he waited cautiously. He knew that his strength had increased by quite a bit. Furthermore, he was in the mirage, so he should be able to hold his ground against the 2 patrolling mountain beasts. This was also a good opportunity to train his spear arts. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two patrolling mountain beasts transformed into gusts of wind as they charged at Dongbua Shueing with terrifying speed. Even with the mirage and gravity domain hindering them, the two patrolling mountain beasts were still able to reach a speed of 1,300 to 400 kilometers per second. Although they were still faster than him, at least they were not as fast as 2,000 kilometers per second, which made it hard for him to react. Wang Wang Wang, Dongbua Shueing did not fight them head-on. Instead, every time the patrolling mountain beasts charged at him, he would immediately dodge. Their agility was indeed a weakness of the patrolling mountain beasts. Previously, Persei had only managed to hold his ground because he had taken advantage of the patrolling mountain beast's weakness. His spear spun and stabbed out again and again, carrying with it the destructive aura of star meteor annihilation. Every spear strike would either pierce the patrolling mountain beast's abdomen or claws. The two sides continued to fight. The two patrolling mountain beasts coordinated with each other as they charged at Dongbua Shueing again and again. Their tails lashed out in a strange manner as well. Dongbua Shueing relied on his exquisite spear arts to hold on. His spear arts became increasingly ferocious, and his secret technique, star meteor annihilation, was slowly being perfected as he gained experience from actual combat. The fight continued for the time it took to brew a cup of tea. One of the two patrolling mountain beasts that had transformed into gusts of wind suddenly disintegrated into nothingness as it flew forward. The other patrolling mountain beast fought with Dongbua Shueing for another 10 rounds before it similarly dissipated. That felt good. Dongbua Shueing walked out of the mirage and returned to the real world. We won. Persei asked. It was still very tiring. Dongbua Shueing chuckled. Fortunately, the patrolling mountain beasts aren't real life forms. As long as they receive a certain amount of damage, they will naturally disperse. The patrolling mountain beasts were a test set by the master of Crimson Rock Mountain, formed by the formation. It was just like the black-armored guards formed by the Black Wind Deity Palace's arrays. The patrolling mountain beast had also been formed, just that it was more powerful. How about it? Are you still planning to deal with 4 of them? Persei asked. In the mirage, it's hard for me to deal with 2 beasts. I should be able to deal with 3 patrolling mountain beasts, but I can't deal with 4. Dongbua Shueing said. However, in the real world, without the mirage's obstruction, the patrolling mountain beasts would be even stronger. I'm having a hard time dealing with 2 patrolling mountain beasts. With the help of your gravity domain, I won't have any problems dealing with 2 patrolling mountain beasts. I can even deal with 3. Persei said, if you and I work together, we should be able to resist 4 of them. 10 definitely won't work. Dongbua Shueing nodded his head. We cannot stay in the Grand Canyon for more than a month. Persei said, we've already stayed here for more than a day. Let's go to other places to take a look. There are many traces of deity world seniors on the cliff walls of the Grand Canyon. At most, they could not stay for more than a month. Dongbua Shueing and the others had to keep track of the time. The Lords of Ulan was the same. With the true meaning of time deceleration, he could deal with 1 patrolling mountain beast without any problems. With the help of the deity grade scroll, he could deal with 2. However, he definitely could not deal with 5. Thus, he also had to pass through the Grand Canyon within a month. He was also comprehending and cultivating in various places, gradually advancing. On the 8th day in the Grand Canyon, Meishin Master, where are your companions? Dongbua Shueing and Persei met the Meishin Master again. The Meishin Master, who was sitting cross-legged on a huge rock, shook his head and said, Shanxian and Yanqing have already crushed their talismans and left. I thought that I could protect them against the 3 patrolling mountain beasts. However, the patrolling mountain beasts are too fast, and their tales are too strange and unpredictable. I really could not protect them. The 2 of them could only crush their talismans and leave. You still want to protect them against 3 patrolling mountain beasts? I'm impressed. Persei teased. Speaking of which, the only ones left in Crimson Rock Mountain are me, Dongbua, you, Kenhuang, and the Lords of Ulan. The Maishan master nodded. Only Wuma Hai died in the first Vine Leaf world. The rest of us are still alive. However, the first and second Vine Leaf worlds are meant to unearth the potential of transcendence. It's not too dangerous. From the third Vine Leaf world onwards, it's getting more and more dangerous. Dongbua Shui Ying sighed inwardly. There were indeed fewer and fewer transcendents in Crimson Rock Mountain. Now, there were only 5 left. Furthermore, he and Persei wanted to kill Yulan. Once they succeeded, there would only be 4 left. The 3rd Vine Leaf World, the 4th Vine Leaf World, the 5th Vine Leaf World. At that time, how many would be able to reach the 5th Vine Leaf World? How many would be able to pass through the entire sky-reaching vine and reach a higher dimension? Or perhaps not a single one? Let's go. Dongbua Shui and Persei continued forward. Whenever they encountered a cliff wall that could help them, they would stop for a short while. Only when they encountered something that could help both of them would they stop for a longer period of time. On the 11th day in the Great Canyon, Dongbua Shui and Persei looked at the cliff wall in front of them in shock. The top of the cliff wall was completely white. Below the cliff wall, there was only darkness. In the middle of the cliff wall, there was a saber mark. Dongbua Shui looked at the huge saber mark in the middle of the cliff wall. He could even imagine that a long time ago, an unimaginably powerful existence had casually pulled out a saber from its sheath and slashed horizontally, leaving such a saber mark on the cliff wall. Once the saber mark appeared, the cliff itself would naturally change. Extreme piercing? This saber strike contains all the rules I can imagine. This saber strike contains all the power of all things in the world. It has already turned into an extreme point. Stars? With one strike, heaven and earth are born. Compared to heaven and earth, the stars are simply insignificant. Mirage? How can the mirage compare to this complete world? Dongbua Shui was completely shocked. In his opinion, this saber strike was even comparable to the feeling he got when he looked at the Genesis splitter imprint. Of course, that was when he looked at the imprint, so the feeling was even more intense. In front of him, there was only a saber mark. Beside him, Persei was also completely infatuated. This was too incredible. This kind of saber technique was simply unimaginable. Without hesitation, the two of them chose the area where the time flow was the fastest. The time flow was at least 15 times faster than normal. Persei sat on the grass, while Dongbua Shui stood beside him. He could not help but take out his stellar fire cloud spear and practice from time to time. The two of them were infatuated. In their opinion, the saber mark in front of them was much more profound than the carvings on the cliff wall. In the second Vine Leaf world, there was a chain of mountains. At the peak of the mountains, there was an old man with white hair and a youthful face. His body was rather thin, and his white hair fluttered in the wind. His face was as red as a baby's. His eyes were very bright. He looked down and saw the infatuated Dongbua Shui and Persei. Persei sat cross-legged and muttered subconsciously. Dongbua Shui wielded his spear and performed again and again. These two little fellows, the old man with white hair shook his head. They're practically dancing with joy when they see this saber technique. This saber technique must have been left behind by Huiming. It's a pity that he spread too much faith and became bound by it. What a pity, what a pity. Crimson Rock Mountain used to be so lively. Now it's empty. All of them have disappeared. The old man with white hair and a youthful face sat on the peak of the mountain. A green wine gourd appeared in his hand. He took a sip and looked into the distance seemingly in a daze. Chapter 334. In front of the blade scars on the cliff. All profound mysteries can be attributed to this blade. This blade is the heaven and earth. Isn't this body of mine a complete heaven and earth? My true meaning of 8 dragons can also become 1. Persei muttered to himself. His mind was rapidly deducing. Dongbo Shui Ing stood there, practicing his spear arts. Suddenly, 9 mirage doppelgangers appeared beside him. Each of them held a condensed spear and practiced their spear arts. Some of their spear arts contained a terrifying destructive intent. Some were as heavy as the stars or the earth. Some were erratic and strange, even producing many illusions. 1 blade to separate heaven and earth. 1 is heaven, 1 is earth. 1 blade to separate yin and yang. If there is yin, then there is yang. 1 blade to separate reality and illusion. There is reality and illusion. Dongbo Shui Ing muttered to himself. His spear arts became increasingly illusory. Even his entire body became somewhat illusory and transparent. The 9 mirage doppelgangers walked towards Dongbo Shui Ing's main body. The main body and the doppelgangers clashed. The doppelgangers disappeared. The main body became increasingly illusory and transparent. Soon, the 9 mirage doppelgangers disappeared. Reality is also illusory. Illusory is also reality. Dongbo Shui Ing smiled. His nearly transparent body disappeared completely within the mirage. Dongbo Shui Ing stood within the mirage. Suddenly, his entire body dispersed. From where Dongbo Shui Ing stood, there was a radius of 50,000 kilometers around him. At this moment, Dongbo Shui Ing could clearly feel this huge mirage. This was because his body had turned into particles and had become one with the mirage. He was the mirage, and the mirage was him. At the very least, the mirage within a radius of 50,000 kilometers was him. I am the mirage, and the mirage is me. Is this the mirage body? Or is this the so-called illusory body? Dongbo Shui Ing was still thinking. When his true meaning of star reached the stage 3 realm, he should have been able to cultivate the star immortal body. But the principle of the star immortal body was to absorb the energy of heaven and earth or transcendent Do Qi and strengthen every part of the body according to the profound laws of the true meaning of star. However, his body was constantly being tortured by the voodoo poison. There was no transcendent Do Qi in his body, and the power of heaven and earth was all used to recover the damage to his body. Furthermore, the voodoo poison had seeped into every single particle and could not be strengthened at all. The star immortal body had a strong defense and tyrannical strength. Perhaps it would be weaker than the Only Me body, but it should be comparable to General Ku Meng's demonic body. Unfortunately, Dongbo Shui Ing was unable to cultivate. The body of nothingness was different. It had disintegrated its entire body and fused with the ethereal extent. It didn't matter if the voodoo poison permeated his body. This is what you call an undying body. Dongbo Shui Ing sighed. Ordinary undying bodies rely on life force. As long as one's life force is strong enough, they would be able to recover. As for the nihility body, it relied on the laws of profound mysteries to form an undying body. In order to attack me, my body would have to be scattered throughout the ethereal extent. Only by attacking the entire ethereal extent would it be equivalent to attacking me. As the true meaning of mirage grew stronger, Dongbo Shui Ing's control over the ethereal extent would continue to expand. At that time, it would be even more difficult to kill him. Even if it was a deity, a weaker deity wouldn't be able to do anything to me. Dongbo Shui Ing sighed. The true meaning of mirage, the attack was ridiculously weak, but in exchange, it gave him a terrifying survivability. The nihility body was slowly displaying its power. It could be said that after obtaining the nihility body, Dongbo Shui Ing's survivability had skyrocketed. After his entire body had fused with the nihility body, it would be extremely difficult for any enemy to kill him. Furthermore, he could even counterattack. It could even be said that the Nihility body and the Only Me body represented two different directions. One was nothingness, while the other was reality. With the Only Me body, one would have an extremely powerful defense, strength, speed, vitality, and many other aspects. Naturally, it would be extremely powerful in close combat. Coupled with the true meaning of 8 dragons, it would be Persei. Coupled with the true meaning of space, it would be the Maishin Master. Both of them were extremely adaptable when faced with difficult situations. Previously, when they were facing the huge group of 8 tentacled monsters, Persei had only suffered once. However, those monsters were only able to trap him and not kill him. Who? Originally, they had been separated for 100,000 kilometers, but now they instantly became one. The white-robed Dongbua Shui Ing appeared. He then walked out of the ethereal extent. Dongbua. At this moment, Persei, who was in the midst of comprehending, stopped as well. He looked at Dongbua Shui Ing with some doubt. Just now, there seemed to be a unique undulation. Oh, Dongbua Shui Ing laughed. There was indeed an undulation. Be careful, it's the patrolling mountain beasts. Dongbua Shui Ing even had his suspicions. Was there someone controlling the patrolling mountain beasts in the dark? How could there be such a coincidence? He had just broken through, and the patrolling mountain beasts were attacking? Was it Senior Shi Wei controlling it? Or was it someone else? For patrolling mountain beasts. Dongbua, hurry up and get close to me. Let's work together. Persei immediately became serious as he conjured 8 arms. Each of his arms expanded to 7 to 8 meters in length as they revolved around him. Clearly, he wanted to help defend against the attacks. Shui Ing, on the other hand, was attacking the fishes that escaped the net. The cooperation between the two of them was rather perfect. But Dongbua Shui Ing turned and looked at the 4 gigantic patrolling mountain beasts in the distance. The patrolling mountain beasts were still roaring as they transformed into a gust of wind and charged over. Their speed was indeed very fast. Boom! The gravity domain directly enveloped the 4 patrolling mountain beasts, following which Dongbua Shui Ing appeared in the surroundings. With a single glance, there were a total of 36 Dongbua Shui Ing clones. This is... Persei was shocked. An old thief had 36 clones back then. How could Dongbua Shui Ing have so many Mirage doppelgangers? Although the strength of these Mirage doppelgangers had increased tremendously, reaching the peak of the demigod level against the patrolling mountain beasts, they were simply unable to stop them. Humph! These Mirage doppelgangers began to attack the patrolling mountain beasts. The patrolling mountain beasts charged at an astonishing speed. However, one of the Mirage doppelgangers at the side stabbed out with a spear that contained a destructive aura. The spear directly pierced into the claws of one of the patrolling mountain beasts, causing the beast to stumble and be sent flying. This attack was too sudden, and the power behind it was too great. Pum! A spear tripped yet another charging patrolling mountain beast. Chi-A Mirage doppelganger appeared out of thin air and stabbed its spear into the abdomen of the patrolling mountain beast. The patrolling mountain beast was sent flying, but it soon stabilized itself in midair. Roar! Roar! The 4 patrolling mountain beasts began to panic. They glanced at the Mirage doppelgangers around them. How could each Mirage doppelganger suddenly erupt with such power? The 36 Mirage doppelgangers were scattered around them. Moreover, they were constantly changing. Some Mirage doppelgangers dissipated. In some places, new doppelgangers appeared out of thin air. Dongbua Shui Ing was not like an old thief. An old thief's offensive power was too weak. In fact, Dongbua Shui Ing's offensive power was even higher than that of Persei and the Maishin Master. Thus, he could casually change his position, as though he was teleporting. In fact, this sort of switching was even faster than teleportation. His true body could be everywhere in the surroundings. Although he was alone, he could easily toy with the 4 patrolling mountain beasts in the palm of his hand. Dongbua Shuiying's true meaning of mirage has broken through. Persei was watching from the side. There was no need for him to make a move. Reality and illusion alternated. He could attack from anywhere. This caused the threat of Dongbua Shuiying's destructive star meteor annihilation to skyrocket. After all, if he could not kill his opponent, no matter how powerful his attack was, it would be useless. And since Dongbua Shuiying was fighting at close range, it was very hard for him to dodge his attacks. The patrolling mountain beasts were hit again and again. Before long, the 4 patrolling mountain beasts completely disintegrated and dissipated. Dongbua, Persei sighed. Your power has already completely surpassed the few of us. Actually, the rest of us know that you are able to create a secret skill, one that combines 2 laws of profound mysteries. Your talent is far above ours. Furthermore, you are only at the peak of the 2nd stage, so breaking through wasn't difficult. However, who would have thought that this day would come? With your 3 true meanings having broken through, combined with your secret skill, no one would be a match for you. Dongbua Shuiying shook his head. It's just a slight difference. In this Grand Canyon, there might be someone who can condense a grade 2 deity heart. Amen. Persei immediately nodded. He was filled with fighting spirit. Then I'll have to trouble you. When the time comes, I won't be able to deal with 10 patrolling mountain beasts. I'll deal with them, but it's just 10. I reckon that 3 or 4 of them will slip through the net. You'll have to hold them off for a while. Dongbua Shuiying laughed. Haha, don't worry. I might not be good at anything else, but I'm good at defending myself. Persei laughed. As long as he could deal with the 10 patrolling mountain beasts, there would be no limit to how long he could stay in the Grand Canyon. Dongbua Shuiying was also happy to stay here. He wanted to improve his 3 true meanings as much as possible. The more he improved, the greater his chances of clearing the sky-reaching vine. In the future, when he fought against the sorcerer god and the great demon god, he would be able to help even more. Chapter 335. Time passed day by day. Although Dongbua Shuiying and Persei were filled with boundless admiration towards the saber scars on the cliff, they still continued to advance along the Grand Canyon, observing the new scars on the cliff. Who knew if there would be an even higher one, a more suitable one for themselves? In the blink of an eye, it was already the 1-month deadline. Who? A golden silhouette shuttled through the Grand Canyon. Ah, this golden silhouette suddenly stopped. It was none other than the black-skinned youth, the Lords of Ulan, who was wrapped in white cloth. At this moment, he turned his head to look at the cliff beside him. On the cliff was the same saber scar that Dongbua Shuiying and the rest had seen before. That saber scar seemed to contain all the profound mysteries of the world. It was so shocking that it gave one the same feeling as when they saw the creation of heaven and earth. To think that there would be such a scar on the cliff. The Lords of Ulan revealed a vexed expression as he gritted his teeth. Damn it, damn it. I was afraid that Dongbua Shuiying and Persei would join hands to deal with me. So I stayed at the back, not daring to advance too much. Who would have thought that there would be such an inconceivable saber technique here? If I had known earlier, I would have arrived here earlier. Staying here for close to a month would have been good too. Who knows, I might be able to break through and create my own secret art, or even condense a grade 2 deity heart. I still have time. I'll stay here for another hour. The Lords of Ulan could no longer hold it in. They immediately entered the grassland, where time flowed the fastest, and began to observe and ponder over the cliff. Even though time was accelerated by 15 times here, an hour in the outside world was equivalent to slightly more than 7 hours in the grassland. It was too short. Just as he was immersed in this feeling, he was forced to stop, because if he delayed any longer, he would not have enough time to charge out of the Grand Canyon. At that time, the ones attacking him would be the 5 patrolling mountain beasts. This Dongbua Shuiying and Persei have ruined my fortune. The lords of Ulan were furious. Such a mysterious saber scar, yet he could only comprehend it for such a short period of time. He could have comprehended it for a long time. I let you escape last time. Next time, wait for a chance. The lords of Ulan loathed Dongbua Shwe-ing and Persei more and more. They even loathed the Xia people more and more as well. These damned races of the mortal world. Wait till I become an honorary disciple of Crimson, Rock Mountain, and leave. I'll let you know what regret is. The lords of Ulan glanced at the blade marks on the cliff unwillingly. Then they quickly transformed into a stream of light and hurried on their way. Hoo. He traveled at a speed of 500 kilometers per second, and at the same time he used the time deceleration domain to sense his surroundings. He was also afraid of bumping into Dongbua Shwe-ing and the others. He was still confident in a one-on-one fight. 1 versus 2? That was practically courting death. In a wide canyon, Dongbua Shwe-ing and Persei were pondering over a set of sword arts on the cliff. Actually, to transcendents and deities, the sword arts, saber arts, spear arts, etc. left behind by their predecessors were nothing. What they were looking at was the laws of profound mysteries contained within. After all, compared to the complete operation of the heaven and earth, the laws of profound mysteries used by experts were more direct and clear. This blood, creeping flower. Dongbua Shwe-ing glanced at a plant with green vines, green leaves, and red flowers beside him. The blood-creeping flower was now more than 3 meters tall. Other than the main green vines, there were many other thin vines. The thin vines were also covered with green leaves and red flowers. They swayed gracefully and looked very beautiful. Although they had only been in the canyon for close to a month, the blood-creeping flower had been absorbing the heaven and earth energy for more than a year due to the acceleration of time in different places. Dongbua Shwe-ing suddenly turned to the left and looked at the faraway end of the canyon. Persei, Dongbua Shwe-ing shouted. What's the matter? Persei stopped. I've discovered the lords of Ulan. Dongbua Shwe-ing's lips curled up slightly. They're rushing over at high speed. They're about 90,000 kilometers away from us. His mirage could detect a whole 50,000 kilometers. The moment the lords of Ulan entered his mirage, they were discovered. Ulan, he's finally here? Ha. Persei's eyes were filled with coldness. Just in time. His time deceleration is also able to envelop a domain. Dongbua Shwe-ing said. It's estimated to be around 10,000 kilometers. The moment they get close, they'll discover us easily. Hence, I have to bring you into the mirage. Since you haven't grasped the true meaning of mirage, you won't be able to fight in the mirage. You can only listen to me. Haha, you're the one who saved my life. Bring me into the mirage. Persei didn't hesitate at all. Before Persei entered the Xia people's world, he had already collected information about the Xia people. Naturally, he had also collected information about Dongbua Shwe-ing. It was precisely because he had seen Dongbua Shwe-ing's growth that he decided to help him and bring him into the mirage. Moreover, during this period of interaction, Persei was even more certain that Dongbua Shwe-ing was someone worth entrusting his life to. He wasn't a treacherous person. Haha, right. The feeling of being trusted made Dongbua Shwe-ing very happy. He immediately extended his hand and grabbed Persei's wrist. At the same time, he beckoned with his other hand, Shwe-man, come here. The swaying blood, creeping flower obediently transformed into a stream of light and flew towards Dongbua Shwe-ing's wrist. It transformed into a vine wrist. Who? Then he took a step forward. Dongbua Shwe-ing brought Persei into the mirage. Inside the ethereal extent, Persei was dragged in by Dongbua Shwe-ing, and he looked around curiously at this world that was almost identical to the real world. However, there was a sense of repulsion from this world. If not for Dongbua Shwe-ing, he would have been expelled from this world. How magical! Persei complimented. Without enough strength, I can't even enter the ethereal extent. Even if you bring me here, I can't fight normally. At most, he could attack in the real world and force the power of the attack into the ethereal extent. You're very mysterious now, but when you become a god or even stronger, you'll become even more mysterious. Perhaps one day he might be able to enter the mirage as well, Dongbua Shuang said. Even if I could enter, I wouldn't be able to fight freely like you people who have grasped the true meaning of mirage. His strength was not affected at all. In fact, he might even be able to use it better. Persei sighed. The true meaning of mirage was one of the more unpopular true meanings amongst the great two true meanings. If he could grasp it, he could become a very formidable assassin. I heard that once you reach the Mirage Deity Heart Realm, you'll become even more formidable, Persei said. You won't even need to fight personally. True is also illusory, and illusory is also real. Dongbua Shuang said, I'm currently at the stage 3 realm and can be considered to have reached the stage of true is also illusory. Only when I reach the Mirage Deity Heart Realm can I be considered to have reached the stage of illusory is also real. True is also illusory. It meant that one's body could transform into an illusory body. Illusory is also real. It could allow a mirage avatar to become completely real. It would have the same combat power as the true body. This was terrifying. At that time, the true body would not need to fight and could simply hide within the mirage. As long as that mirage true body battled, even if it died, it could instantly reform. Every single grade 2 true meaning will become very formidable once you reach the Deity Heart Realm. Dongbua Shuang continued. For your true meaning of only me, or the true meaning of 8 dragons, once you reach the Deity Heart Realm, your combat power will undergo a qualitative change. It's a pity that this step is extremely difficult to take. Persei lightly shook his head. If the true meaning of only me could condense a deity heart, by relying on its inconceivable physique, it would be able to easily beat up any ordinary new deity. It's here, Dongbua Shuang suddenly said. Amen. Persei immediately turned his attention to it. Dongbua Shuang could sense everything within a range of 50,000 kilometers and could also see the real world. As for Persei, he could only rely on his eyes to observe the mirage. The lords of Ulan were currently flying at high speed within a vast canyon. The cliffs beside them were filled with scars, causing his heart to ache. No matter how much his heart ached, he still had to proceed carefully. Amen. The lords of Ulan seemed to have sensed something and abruptly turned their heads. Beside them, 2 male figures walked out from the mirage. One was a sickly white-robed teenager, while the other was a green-robed middle-aged man who was emitting a savage aura. They were Dongbua Shuang and Persei. The 2 of them stood side by side, their gazes landing on the lords of Ulan. The 2 of them were not anxious at all, as they were fully confident that they could get rid of the lords of Ulan here. Why are you 2? When the lords of Ulan saw Dongbua Shuang and Persei appear at the same time, they were so frightened that their hearts trembled. What was there to be afraid of? Where there's a cause, there's an effect. Everything you've done in the Xia people's world, the assassination plot you've set, all these causes have resulted in today's effect. You, Yulan, will die in this canyon, Dongbua Shuang coldly said. Chapter 336. Dongbua Shuang's voice was cold and calm, but Yulan could feel the bone-deep murderous intent. How could this be? How could they appear in front of me without me noticing? The lords of Ulan were extremely anxious. What should they do? How could they survive? Countless thoughts flashed through their minds. The lords of Ulan calmed down and thought of a solution. They squeezed out a smile and said, Gentlemen, why bother? The most important thing for us to do in Crimson Rock Mountain is to successfully pass the sky-reaching vine. However, you know how dangerous it is. Although the first and second vine leaf worlds are dangerous, They're more fortuitous encounters that help us discover our potential. From the third vine leaf world onwards, it will be even more difficult. I'm afraid you too know that our chances of passing the sky-reaching vine are very slim. However, I, Yulan, am the only one in Crimson Rock Mountain who can use God grade scrolls. Dongbua Shui-ing and Persei both realized this problem. He, Persei, my Shin Master, and Ken Huang were all transcendent knights. Only the lords of Ulan from the Dark Abyss could use God grade scrolls. The third vine leaf world's trial is very dangerous, but I can help you. I can help you use the godly grade scrolls to strengthen you. The lords of Ulan smiled, revealing their white teeth. This way, you will have a higher chance of passing the third vine leaf world, right? Compared to killing me, passing the sky-reaching vine is more important, right? Yulan looked at the two in front of him. Yulan felt hope and said, "In the end, I won't be able to ambush you, but if the four of you work together to threaten me, I will obediently use God grade scrolls for you. Don't worry about this. I believe you have many God grade scrolls that you haven't used yet. I can help you use them and strengthen you. There is no benefit in killing me. If you don't kill me, your chances of passing will increase," the lords of Ulan said. Dongbua? Persei looked at Dongbua Shui-ing and said, "Why don't we not kill him first and keep an eye on him?" "How can I keep an eye on him? We were planning to cultivate in the Grand Canyon for a year. How are you going to keep an eye on him this year? Moreover, once we go through the trial in the third vine leaf world, we won't be able to keep an eye on Yulan anymore." Dongbua Shui-ing transmitted his voice. "But he can indeed use God-tier scrolls." Persei transmitted. The lords of Ulan watched from the side. Even though he couldn't hear them, he could tell that Dongbua Shui-ing and Persei were having a discussion. "What you said makes sense." Dongbua Shui-ing looked at the lords of Ulan. The lords of Ulan forced a smile and tried to show their friendly cooperation. "But you still have to die." Dongbua Shui-ing's voice turned ice cold. As soon as he finished speaking, the fiery red spear in his hand slashed across the sky, leaving a fiery red mark in the sky as it headed straight for the lords of Ulan. The lords of Ulan didn't expect that Dongbua Shui-ing would still want to kill him, even though he was the only one who could use a God-tier scroll. However, he was very decisive. Without hesitation, a God-tier scroll appeared in his hand. This was also his last God-tier scroll. Die. The eyes of the lords of Ulan were filled with madness. A black flame appeared out of nowhere and enveloped Dongbua Shui-ing. After releasing the black flame, the lords of Ulan didn't even bother to look at the result. He immediately turned into a ray of light and tried to escape. Whoosh, 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 numerous Dongbua Shui-ing appeared beside him. Numerous Dongbua Shui-ing appeared in all directions. Some of them were right beside the lords of Ulan. "Do you think you can escape?" All of the Dongbua Shui-ings spoke at the same time. Although the black flame swept past the original body that was charging towards him, the original body was easily turned into nothingness. The lords of Ulan looked at the 36 Mirage clones beside him. Their hearts turned cold as they thought of a terrifying possibility. Fear filled their hearts. The lords of Ulan fled even more desperately. Boom! A terrifying gravitational force appeared in the surroundings. The gravitational force acted on the bodies of the lords of Ulan. The lords of Ulan felt an invisible force dragging them, causing their flying speed to decrease. Die. Dongbua Shui-ing appeared beside him out of nowhere, thrusting his spear towards him. Yulan immediately raised his hand to block the attack. The flow of time in the surroundings slowed down. As the spear neared him, it immediately disintegrated. So this Dongbua Shui-ing was just a mirage clone, a fake. Although Dongbua Shui-ing could change his body, he had to be within 100 meters of him. Hence, his original body was currently chasing after him. Under the effect of the gravitational force, Dongbua Shuiying's speed was already much faster than that of the Lords of Ulan. This spear attack from the Mirage clone scared the Lords of Ulan so much that their speed was greatly reduced. This allowed the original body to catch up to them. Who? Another Mirage clone thrusted his spear at him with a majestic aura. Could it be another fake? Is he trying to slow me down on purpose? The Lords of Ulan only casually sent a slap over, trying not to affect their speed. Boom! The spear carried an aura of destruction as it spun. Moreover, it also carried a terrifying gravitational vortex. The Lords of Ulan's slap was actually unable to block it. His expression changed abruptly. It's real! This spear. It was even faster than the time when they exchanged blows outside the black-white deity mountain. More forceful. More bizarre. Let alone a casual slap. Even if the Lords of Ulan used their full strength, it would be hard to say if they could block it. Pooh! The spear spun and pierced through the left side of the Lords of Ulan's chest. The body of the Lords of Ulan instantly split into two halves. The area around the left side of his chest instantly split apart. After being pierced by the spear, the terrifying destructive power of the spear directly destroyed a small part of his body. However, the other half of his body that had been split apart earlier actually gathered together and recovered to its original state. Your demonic body is splitting quite fast. Dongbua Shuiying's voice reverberated in the surroundings. Let's see how many times you can split. The Lords of Ulan was surrounded by a group of Dongbua Shuiying, and all of them were brandishing their spears. The Lords of Ulan couldn't tell which one was real and which one was fake. Currently, Dongbua Shuiying's Mirage doppelganger had reached the pinnacle of the demigod level. It wasn't something that the Lords of Ulan could kill just by releasing the laws of profound mysteries. Dongbua Shuiying, I can help you. I can help you. The hands of the Lords of Ulan enlarged. They were like two huge shields that were trying their best to defend against the attacks coming from all directions. Who? However, the real stellar fire cloud spear still pierced through the body of the Lords of Ulan. When the spear pierced through his body had already split into many parts. After nearly half of his body was destroyed by the spear, the remaining parts of his body immediately merged together. This body of his, it can really split and merge as he wishes. Dongbua Shuiying thought to himself, it's a pity that he still has to die. Without me, none of you would be able to use the God Tier scroll. The Lords of Ulan were in despair. They hurriedly transmitted their voices, causing their voices to reverberate in the surroundings. Persei, Persei, you have to stop Dongbua Shuiying. This time, he truly felt the aura of death. Yulan was terrified. He regretted it. He truly regretted it. Why did he have to set up that death trap in the first vine leaf world? That's right. Back then, when he saw Dongbua Shuiying and Persei facing the death trap, he had laughed in delight. However, Dongbua Shuiying and Persei didn't die, especially since Dongbua Shuiying's strength had become even stronger. Now it was his turn. Why? Why do I have to provoke him? What should I do? I don't want to die yet. I can't die. Crush the talisman. No. Once I crush the talisman and give up, I will be punished by the Abyss Oath. My soul will truly be destroyed. But even if I don't crush the talisman, I will still die in the hands of Dongbua Shuiying. Yulan was extremely anxious. Although they had the talisman, in reality, Persei, the Maishan Master, Yulan, and the others had all sworn an oath. Since the world deity had ordered them to come down, they naturally wouldn't be given any way out. If they didn't succeed, they would die. As for their subordinates, they didn't have as many restrictions as before. But if Persei died, the mission would fail and Uncle Fu, who was outside, would die as well. Don't kill me. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. Yulan shouted. Pooh! The final spear thrust. The Lords of Ulan, who was already so weak that they could no longer maintain their bodies, watched in despair as the spear pierced through their heads. Hua! Their entire bodies were instantly destroyed, completely annihilated. Dang, dang, dang. A pair of translucent gloves fell to the ground along with a storage wristband, producing a crisp sound as they hit the stone floor. Hearing this crisp sound, Dongbua Shui Ing finally revealed a smile. He had finally killed him. Dongbua. Percy I walked over and sighed. It's still better to see Yulan die. As long as you don't blame me. Dongbua Shui Ing said. You're right. I shouldn't have thought that I would get lucky. Percy I sighed. Dongbua Shui Ing nodded. Previously, he had convinced Percy I with a single sentence. In history, was there anyone who relied on a deity grade scroll to become an honorary disciple of Crimson Rock Mountain? None. The sky-reaching vines trial, the further one progressed, the more one would have to rely on one's true strength. Moreover, keeping Yulan alive would ultimately be a disaster. Chapter 337. Within the seemingly endless Grand Canyon, the white-robed Dongbua Shui Ing lifted his head and stared at the saber scar in front of him. I wonder if I'll be able to reach such a realm in this lifetime. Dongbua Shui Ing stared at the saber scar as he mumbled to himself, after which his body trembled slightly. With a flip of his hand, he retrieved a black wine gourd and drank a mouthful of it. The bitter antidote instantly seeped into his heart, reducing the pain he felt. Previously, I had to drink the antidote once every hour. Now I have to drink it twice every hour. A year in the outside world has passed, but in the Grand Canyon, I've spent 18 years. Dongbua Shui Ing sighed. 18 years. He looked at every single saber scar in the entire Grand Canyon, carefully observing every single part of it. Of course, he still ended up in front of this saber scar. Most of his time was spent on comprehending this saber scar, comprehending the profound mysteries of the laws within. Time to go. Dongbua Shui Ing was very clear of the changes in his body. The 18 years of cultivation in the Grand Canyon had truly broadened his horizons. His accumulations were also incomparably deep. After all, this was a powerful existence from the deity world who intentionally created this Grand Canyon. It was all for the sake of unearthing the potential of the countless transcendents from the deity world. Who? Dongbua Shui Ing transformed into a beam of light as he sped along the winding Grand Canyon. After flying for 1,200,000 li, he saw a towering blood creeping flower that was at least 1,000 meters tall. The blood creeping flower had huge green vines and countless thin vines. The thin vines covered a radius of a few thousand meters, and there were also many beautiful red flowers. Blood creeping flower. Dongbua Shui Ing spoke. Master. A youthful voice rang out as the gigantic blood creeping flower instantly shrunk and flew towards Dongbua Shui Ing. Very quickly, it coiled around Dongbua Shui Ing's wrist, transforming into a bracelet. Master, I feel like I'm about to break through. A ripple transmitted into Dongbua Shui Ing's mind. Dongbua Shui Ing smiled. No rush, no rush. Even if you can break through, don't. Wait till we enter the Xia people's world before you break through to the deity realm. The blood-creeping flower was very obedient. When it had just been nurtured, it was still very young. But now it could already communicate with Dongbua Shui Ing. In the Grand Canyon, Dongbua Shui Ing had chosen a place where the flow of time was the fastest for it to grow. The flow of time there was 100 times faster, and now it was very close to breaking through to the divine tier. However, the world of the Xia people was a mortal world. If the original transcendent of this world became a deity, they would usually be favored by the world will and would only be chased away after 10,000 years. In fact, if his cultivation was high enough within 10,000 years, he might even be able to refine the entire mortal world and become the master of this world. An outsider, it was impossible to refine the world will. The world will would not obediently allow him to slowly refine it. Instead, it would resist from the very beginning. An outsider must be weaker than a deity. Only by becoming a deity in the world of the Xia people would one be able to live for 10,000 years in the Xia people's world. In front of the will of the Xia people's world, the blood-creeping flower was not a life form of the Xia people's world. Naturally, it would be rejected. Once it became a deity, it would no longer be able to enter the Xia people's world. Carrying the blood-creeping flower, Dongbua Shui-ing continued forward. Soon, he found Persei, who was still immersed in his cultivation. "Dongbua, you're here." Persei stood up and looked at the human carvings on the cliff in front of him. They contain the profound mysteries of the true meaning of only me. I really can't bear to leave this place. If you can't bear to leave, you can always return to the second vine leaf world and continue cultivating if you can't pass the rest of the vine leaf world. Dongbua Shui-ing joked. "Don't curse me. I will definitely pass through the sky-reaching vine smoothly," Persei said. "Haha, yes, let's pass together." Dongbua Shui-ing laughed. "Let's go. It's time to go to the third vine leaf world. Are Kenhuang and Maishin Master still trapped in the third vine leaf world?" "When my battle Qi doppelganger dissipated, they still hadn't passed," Persei said. Their battle Qi doppelganger in the outside world had also completely dissipated. Following that, the two of them immediately transformed into a stream of light and rapidly advanced. After leaving the Grand Canyon, they continued flying along the main branch of the sky-reaching vine. After flying for 9 days, they arrived at the higher third vine leaf world. The third vine leaf world was very simple. There were only 2 arenas. On one of the arenas, there were 3 children with rosy lips and white teeth sitting cross-legged. These 3 children were all wearing undergarments, and beside each of them were 2 large hammers. On the other arena, there was a fat man wearing armor sleeping soundly. In front of the 2 arenas, the golden-robed youth Kenhuang and the Maishin Master simultaneously turned their heads to look at the sky. In the distance, Dongbua Shui-ing and Persei, who had just finished a simple conversation with Senior Shiwei, were descending. "You two are finally here." Kenhuang sighed. "How satisfying. We've been stuck in the Grand Canyon for an entire year." "You two are still trapped here?" Persei looked at the 2 arenas. According to the information, the first 2 vine leaf worlds were considered fortuitous encounters with untapped potential. From the third vine leaf world onwards, it will only get harder and harder. How come the third one has already trapped you 2? Is it really that difficult? You can try. The golden-robed youth Kenhuang was too lazy to explain. Dongbua Shui-ing also carefully looked at the 2 arenas in front of him. The third vine leaf world's test was very simple. One had to defeat all opponents in the 2 arenas. Once defeated, one could enter the 4th vine leaf world. The arena battles were so simple, but they were also a real test of one's strength. The fat hunk and those 3 children were all formed by arrays. The Maishin Master spoke. "They aren't real life forms, but their strength is forever constant. I borrowed the true meaning of space to prevent those 3 children from surrounding me, allowing me to barely defeat them. However, that fat hunk didn't allow me to dodge, and I had to face him head-on. I'm still lacking. I've already tried both of them." Kenhuang, who was at the side, shook his head. "A martial emperor can still win one arena battle, but I can't even win one. I'm so worried that my hair has turned white." "Isn't your hair black?" Persei teased. "Look." Kenhuang pointed at his hair. Shwa! It instantly turned white, following which his hair returned to black. "AI, it's all white. It's just that I turned black. You can't even win 2 arena battles, and you're still in the mood to joke around." Persei laughed. Dongbua Shui-ing was somewhat impressed. One had to know that they were all bound by oaths. If they failed the mission, they would undoubtedly die. Thus, they had no path of retreat. To lose 2 arena battles, Kenhuang could still joke around. His mentality was truly good. This is nothing. How many times have I faced death in the temporal temple's missions? Ken Huang laughed. If failing the mission means death, why would I die with a bitter face? Wouldn't it be better to die happily with a smile? All right. You're formidable. Persei leaped up and charged towards the fat hunk's arena. Let me try him. As he spoke, Persei revealed 8 arms. His aura surged like a rainbow, and his 8 arms faintly transformed into 8 different dragon heads as they smashed towards the fat hunk. The Maishin master immediately face-bombed. How pitiful! Ken Huang spoke as well. Pung! The fat hunk, who was originally lying on the ground, suddenly waved his palms. His palms were like palm leaf fans, and they were as fast as lightning as they clashed against 2 of the 8 incoming palms. Persei's expression immediately changed as his eyes widened. Xiao! He charged forward very quickly, but he was even faster when he was sent flying backwards. He was directly sent flying out of the arena by the fat hunk's slap, landing on the vine leaf ground. The surface of the vast vine leaf trembled slightly, but it was completely undamaged. Persei stared with wide eyes. You actually dared to clash head-on with him? The Maishin master shook his head. You're asking for humiliation. How would I know if I don't try? Persei retorted. However, his expression had turned solemn. He was very clear of the Maishin master's and Ken Huang's strength. Their close combat abilities weren't too far apart, but Ken Huang couldn't even win a single match. The Maishin master had relied on the true meaning of space to prevent the 3 children from ganging up on him. He couldn't win the other match either. One must know that the Maishin master had also grasped the true meaning of only me. This was troublesome. This was only the 3rd vine leaf world. Dongbua Shueing was watching attentively from the side. The information was indeed true. This was truly difficult. Pung. Persei tried again, but he was once again blasted down by the fat hunk. The fat hunk's attacks seemed simple, but in reality they were all very skillful. Persei tried 3 times consecutively, but he couldn't help but shake his head. Dongbua, among the 4 of us, you might be the only one who can pass through the 3rd vine leaf world. Persei looked towards Dongbua Shueing. The Maishin master and Ken Huang couldn't help but look over in shock. Persei, was he that confident in Dongbua Shueing? Chapter 338. Don't flatter me. If you put me on a pedestal, it would be very painful if I fell. Dongbua Shueing teased. However, his eyes were filled with a hint of battle intent. He was indeed not confident in the strength of that fat hunk. Haha, don't be humble. Do you think I don't know you? Chun Jiu's gaze turned towards the 3 children in the other arena. They were wearing undergarments and had red lips and white teeth. He smiled and said, I had nothing to say about the previous arena, but this one should be the one I have the most confidence in. Maishin master, Ken Huang, and the rest nodded. Dongbua Shueing agreed as well. Persei had 8 arms. He was the best among them in terms of dealing with encirclement. Let me try this arena. Persei immediately leaped up and landed on the arena. The 3 adorable children who were sitting cross-legged on the arena opened their eyes at the same time. They looked at Persei with cold eyes. What a cold child! Persei instantly manifested 8 arms. His arms were thick and powerful. Gray metal could be seen on his arms. A terrifying aura started to spread out. His 8 arms seemed to have 8 different dragon heads roaring as they stared at the 3 children. These children looked adorable. However, they were actually formed from the laws of profound mysteries. One could not be careless. Even Ken Huang was defeated by these 3 children. Go! One of the children shouted coldly. So. The 3 children each wielded a huge hammer. In an instant, they turned into phantoms and pounced over. So fast. Shueing, who was watching the battle from below, was startled. He was watching the battle for the sake of the upcoming battle. Even though it was recorded in the intelligence reports, it was still incomparable to watching it with his own eyes. The moment he saw it, he was startled. The speed of these 3 children was definitely faster than the 4 of them. They were like the wind, and their figures were somewhat illusory. On the arena, Persei did not panic. His 8 palms enlarged like huge palm leaf fans. His palms would occasionally turn into fists, occasionally into claws. Time becomes the finger. There were all kinds of attacks. Some were soft, some were fierce, and some were mysterious. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 children had completely turned into the wind, their figures illusory. The 6 sledgehammers coordinated perfectly with each other, taking turns to smash down. It was like a windmill, but also like an incomparably precise machine. The sledgehammers smashed down one after another, and their coordination was exquisite, making it hard for one to breathe. Amazing! Seeing this, Shui Ying's expression couldn't help but change. These 3 children's speed is already extremely fast. When they work together, when the 6 hammers work together, their combined attack speed is so fast that no one can react. No wonder the Meishan Master, who is known as the martial monarch, had to use the true meaning of space to prevent them from surrounding him and barely win. Ken Huang has the true meaning of wave world, which is enough to restrict and affect the 3 children. His true meaning of sword arts is profound and formidable in close combat, but he still lost. When Dongbua Shuang saw this, he knew that Ken Huang's defeat was not unjust. In the real world, he would let them besiege him. He would have lost as well. His spear arts might be powerful, but he was still unable to defeat 3 opponents at the same time. Having 8 arms is indeed different. Dongbua Shuang revealed a smile. The opponents had 6 sledgehammers. Persei, on the other hand, had 8 arms. His defense was watertight. Although the opponents were fast, Persei's true meaning of only me combined with the true meaning of 8 dragons was superior to the Meishan Master and Ken Huang in close combat. This Persei is truly formidable. What I said earlier wasn't wrong. Out of all of us, he is probably the only one who dares to face these 3 children head-on. The Meishan Master sighed. To be able to cultivate the true meaning of only me to the point of giving birth to 8 arms, and to be able to unleash perfect strength with each arm, I really have to admire this Persei. Even though he cultivated the true meaning of only me, he did not have an extra arm or an extra pair of wings. This was because his innate body was already perfect. To have additional limbs on top of this foundation would normally be very uncoordinated, and one's strength might even decrease instead of increasing. Thus, to be able to produce 8 arms, and to be able to unleash perfect strength with each arm, was already an incredible feat. Ha! Chunjiu suddenly roared, his face ferocious. He began to attack even more ferociously. Occasionally, he would even use his body to withstand 1 or 2 sledgehammer's attacks in order to attack his opponents with all his might. Pung, pung, pung! Finally, one of the children retreated explosively, and his body completely dissipated. Following the defeat of one child, the other 2 children were quickly defeated one after the other, and both of them disappeared. Who? On the stage, Persei's expression was somewhat pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Just now, his body had withstood over 10 sledgehammers. Fortunately, he had the deity armor and his powerful true meaning of only me body, which allowed him to withstand the blows. How is it? Persei looked below the stage, feeling rather pleased. Don't be complacent. Ken Huang sneered. You are so complacent after just one victory. If you are capable enough to defeat that fat hunk, then I will admire you. Persei immediately had a bitter expression. Let me try again. Persei felt that he had just won, and his momentum was at its peak. Immediately, he gritted his teeth and transformed into a stream of light, rushing towards the stage where the fat hunk was. Pum! The fat hunk sent another slap over. This time, Persei did not dare to face it head-on. Instead, he dodged and dodged. Pung, pung, pung. The fat hunk's palm was as fast as lightning, enveloping Persei with each slap. Persei could dodge once, but he could not dodge more than 10 times. Very soon, he was directly slapped on his arm, which then pressed down on his arm and directly crushed his body. Persei stared, and his entire body was sent flying out of the stage. Sigh, I lost even faster this time, Persei said unwillingly. You just won. You were too impatient. The Maishin master shook his head. When fighting with him, you cannot be impatient. You have to be patient, and you cannot face him head-on. If you face him head-on, we will lose. I know. Persei was very troubled. This time they came in. All of them were under a lot of pressure. They had all signed oaths, but now they were all trapped here. Chunjiu could sense that even though he had been able to defeat the 3 children with his 8 arms, he was no match for this fat giant. Moreover, the gap seemed to be quite large. I lost in 2 stages. Persei and Wu Huang. You both won the battle with the 3 children. Ken Huang smiled. It seems that we still have to study hard. If our strength does not increase greatly, I am afraid it will be difficult to pass the 3rd vine leaf world, let alone the 4th and 5th vine leaf worlds. The Maishin master and Persei nodded. Dongbua Shuang. The Maishin master looked at Dongbua Shuang, who was deep in thought. There is no need to think too much. Let's go and try first. If we lose, we can fight again. Dongbua will not lose so easily, Persei said. Persei, you are very confident in Dongbua Shuang. Ken Huang was surprised. Although you won against the 3 children, you relied on your 8 arms. Wu Huang had a harder time winning than you, even against the 3 children, which were relatively easy. Dongbua Shuang would have a hard time winning, let alone the fat hunk at the end. Watch, and you will know, Persei said. I will go and try, Dongbua Shuang said. He watched from the side for a while and understood the 2 stages. He had some ideas in his mind. Of course, whether he would succeed or not, he would only know after the battle. Who? Dongbua Shuang leaped into the air and landed on the stage where the 3 children were. Although the 3 children from before had been destroyed by Chunjiu's attack, 3 new children had formed on the arena. They looked exactly the same as before, all of them very adorable. However, all of them were seated cross-legged with their eyes closed, and a pair of hammers were placed beside them. When Dongbua Shuang landed on the stage, the 3 children opened their eyes and looked at Dongbua Shuang. Attack! The 3 children picked up the 2 hammers beside them and turned into afterimages. Their speed was frightening as they charged towards Beifeng. Dongbua Shuang stood there calmly, allowing the 3 children to attack him together. Who? The fiery red spear in his hand suddenly rose up, and the spear was like a rotating arc, carrying with it the terrifying destructive aura of the star meteor annihilation. In an instant, a terrifying vortex was formed, attracting the 3 children, and the spear was already thrusting forward. Chapter 339. The coordination between the 6 hammers was incomparably exquisite, as though they were an intricate machine. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Only the 8-armed Persei would be able to deal with such a ferocious attack. Even Dongbua Shuang would not be able to deal with the 6 hammers with just a single spear. Boom! Dongbua Shuang did not dodge. Instead, he stabbed out with his spear. When the spear pierced out, the surrounding stars swelled and turned into dazzling flames, then rapidly shrank and collapsed into an extremely tiny. Although this scene was a little blurry, it was still clearly visible to the naked eye. When the spear stabbed out, the speed of the spear caused the spectators to reveal expressions of shock. Too fast. The current star meteor annihilation had already caused the Maishin master, Persei, and Ken Huang to be extremely shocked. Such a spear, the speed was peerlessly fast. Furthermore, The spear stabbed out in an arc, bringing with it an extremely strong gravitational force. Pooh! One of the hammers closest to it tried its best to block the attack. However, under the influence of the gravitational force, as well as the spinning trajectory of the spear, it was ultimately unable to block the attack. The spear scraped past the sides of the hammers before piercing into a child. That child instantly dissipated into nothingness. Boom, boom, boom. The other 4 hammers had already arrived. Dongbua Shuiying's body abruptly merged into the nothingness, entering the mirage. Too fast. This spear art is too fast, Ken Huang exclaimed. Not only is it fast, but it also brings with it a grand aura. The grand aura of the star meteor annihilation surged forth, and the trajectory of the spear art was mysterious and unpredictable. It would be very difficult to block it. The child formed from the laws of profound mysteries of the array was instantly defeated and dissipated. With just a single move, the destructive power of this spear art is shockingly strong. This can be said to be a perfect spear. Regardless of speed, strength, or laws of profound mysteries, they are all shocking. The Maishan master also said, I didn't expect Dongbua Shuiying's strength to surpass us so quickly. He's even more powerful than the last time I saw him kill Yulan. Persei sighed in admiration. 18 years. Dongbua Shuiying did not waste his time. The remaining 2 children did not enter the Void Realm because the strength they could display would be reduced in the Void Realm. So I would rather be in the real world. Who? The terrifying spear art pierced out of the ethereal realm and into the real world. The spear was surrounded by phantoms, which were the phantoms of stars expanding, collapsing, and perishing. This terrifying might made it even more difficult for the remaining 2 children to resist. Even though they were defending with all their might, Dongbua Shuiying managed to shake off their coordination with a single spear strike. The second spear strike killed one of them, and the third spear strike killed the last one. He won the arena battle. Dongbua Shuiying walked out of the ethereal realm and down the arena. At this moment, the laws of profound mysteries of the arrays on the arena once again condensed the 3 children. The 3 children continued to sit cross-legged with their eyes closed. As long as there was a challenger, they would continue to fight. Impressive. Ken Huang sighed in admiration. Dongbua Shuiying, when I saw you execute your secret art in front of the black white deity mountain, I knew that your talent far surpasses ours. After all, you didn't have any powerful experts to guide you, nor did you go to a place like the Temporal Temple to squeeze out your potential. Yet, you were able to create your own secret art in less than 200 years of cultivation. However, I didn't expect that not long after the battle at the Black White Deity Mountain, your strength would break through again. You have truly surpassed us. Amen. The Maishan master sighed in admiration as well. One of them was a reincarnator of the Temporal Temple, while the other was a former reincarnator who had escaped from the Temporal Temple. They had seen many geniuses before. Dongbua Shuiying was definitely one of those who stood at the very top. Of course, there were also legends of peerless existences with a grade 1 true meaning. However, the 2 of them had never seen such existences before. Just based on what they had seen, Dongbua Shuiying was definitely one of the strongest. I was right? Dongbua's combat power is indeed much higher than when he killed Yulan. Persei sighed in admiration. I perfected some of my spear techniques in the Great Canyon, Dongbua Shuiying replied. Dongbua Shuiying didn't feel proud at all. The star meteor annihilation was indeed powerful, but it had many flaws. For example, it was a purely offensive spear technique. Secondly, the speed at which he attacked with his spear was extremely fast. After 18 years of cultivation, Dongbua Shuiying's foundations in his 3 true meanings had become more solid, and they had all improved. However, the star meteor annihilation had already reached a stage where Dongbua Shuiying was temporarily unable to perfect it. The speed at which he attacked with his spear was even above that of his extreme piercing. However, it wasn't coherent enough. Extreme piercing could allow one spear after another to unleash thousands of spear techniques in an instant. The speed of the star meteor annihilation alone surpassed that of extreme piercing. However, after stabbing out, one would have to accumulate power again, making it impossible for one to unleash a continuous attack. This couldn't be helped. At the same time, it would also weaken the ability to continuously unleash a spear technique. In this world, there wasn't a single spear technique that could be absolutely perfect. Attacking and defending at the same time, being unpredictable, soft, and fierce, this didn't make sense. Thus, spear techniques, blade techniques, and others all had their own set. Some specialized in this, while others specialized in that. However, it wasn't easy to create the star meteor annihilation. Creating another secret skill wouldn't be an easy task. With your talent, Dongbua Shueing, with the guidance of an elder, you might be able to break through to the legendary grade 1 true meaning if you were to experience some life and death situations. The Maishin Master sighed. If you succeed, you will truly reach the heavens in a single step. A grade 1 true meaning. Dongbua Shueing laughed. A grade 1 true meaning? How difficult is that? Back when the Temporal Temple had invited him, they had mentioned that he had the potential to break through to a grade 1 true meaning. However, this potential still needed to be unearthed. The Temporal Temple was very good at unearthing potential. However, it was too merciless. If it was willing to help Dongbua Shueing keep an eye on the Xia people, it would be able to return and participate in the war the moment it broke out. Dongbua Shueing would have joined the Temporal Temple previously. Unfortunately, it was just a weapon spirit. Everything it did had to follow the rules set by its master. Furthermore, to a weapon spirit, it was searching for geniuses in the billions of mortal worlds, the deity world and the dark abyss. It did not care if there was one less or one more. Breaking through to a grade 1 true meaning is too difficult. Just having talent isn't enough. One has to go through many trials and experience many setbacks. Only then can one transform. Ken Huang sighed. An absolute transcendent with a grade 1 true meaning is comparable to this Crimson Rock Mountain in terms of value. Percy sighed. The master of Crimson Rock Mountain would not even test those absolute transcendents. He would take the initiative to accept them as his disciple. Furthermore, they would not be honorary disciples, but personal disciples. Wake up, all of you. Dongbua Shueing joked. Don't think too much. Let's take things one step at a time. What we need to do now is to defeat the opponents in these two arenas. Amen. Ken Huang, the Maishin Master, and Percy were all looking at the arenas. That's right, the third vine leaf world had obstructed them. Let me try this final arena. Dongbua Shueing took a step forward. With a so, he turned into a phantom and leaped onto the arena. He was not in a rush to attack. Instead, he stood there with a spear in his hand, looking at the fat hunk who was snoring away. Only then did the fat hunk slowly crawl up. He wore a tight-fitting armor. His body was fat and huge like a small mountain. Looking at Dongbua Shueing in front of him, he said, "Brat, your combat power is considered not bad among the countless transcendents I've met. You were actually able to defeat Third Baby and the others so easily." He actually spoke. Ken Huang was surprised. Previously, he did not utter a single word when facing us. Oh, at most he would say things like scram or kill. This shows that he has never looked down on us. The Maishin Master shook his head. Percy sighed. That's right. They were all being suppressed. The difference in combat power was very obvious. Take this. Shueing let out a cold shout. He lifted the spear in his hand, arcing through the air in a revolving arc. It brought along a frightening power as it attacked. The surroundings of the spear even displayed the scene of stars being destroyed into extremities. Pong. The fat hunk struck out with his palm once again. His palm struck out, or more accurately, pushed out. His palm suddenly pushed out. It was as if a towering mountain was charging towards him. Dongbua Shuiying's spear art was fast and mysterious. It was very difficult to defend against. However, the fat hunk's palm was huge. It was like a cattail leaf fan, but also like a shield. It blocked Dongbua Shuiying's spear attack. Boom! The tip of the spear collided with the huge palm. Dongbua Shuiying could not help but stagger back more than 10 steps. Each step caused the ground to tremble. However, the fat hunk's body only trembled slightly. What terrifying power! Dongbua Shuiying took another step back. His body disappeared into thin air as he entered the mirage. Humph, humph. The fat man sneered. He waved his giant palm and directly pierced into the void, reaching into the ethereal extent. Hong, the mirage boomed. Dongbua Shuiying walked out from the mirage. He frowned. Previously, the fat hunk's palm had entered the mirage, and his combat power was not affected at all. This meant that entering the mirage was useless against him. Hiding in the mirage is useless against me, the fat hunk said. You've reached the stage 3 of the mirage realm, so you should be able to change your body between real and illusory. This is an extremely powerful ability in close combat. Come, let me see your combat power. Ever since I retired from the Black Iron Cannon Army, it has been a long time since I fought against a transcendent who specializes in the mirage. Don't worry, I'm using this array to form a body, and my combat power is suppressed. I won't exceed the limits set by the Sacred Master. You still have hope of defeating me. Black Iron Cannon Army? Persei, who was below the arena, revealed a shocked expression. He was actually a member of the Bloodshed God Palace's Black Iron Cannon Army. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Chapter 340. What is the Black Iron Cannon Army? The Maisha Master and Ken Huang asked curiously. The Bloodshed God Palace governs about 30% of the vast deity world. Persei, who had grown up in the deity world, immediately explained. In order to intimidate their territory, they naturally have many powerful armies under them. The Black Iron Cannon Army is one of the most famous of these armies. Even the most ordinary members of this army are at the peak of the deity realm. The Maishan Master and Ken Huang were inwardly shocked. The most ordinary members were all at the peak of the deity realm. It was no wonder they were a superpower comparable to the temporal island behind the temporal temple. After joining the Black Iron Cannon Army, their bodies will undergo a transformation using a secret technique, Persei explained. This is a secret technique that the Bloodshed God Palace does not impart to outsiders. After undergoing the transformation, every single one of them will be able to stand at the peak of the deity realm just by relying on their physique. After the transformation, all of them were fat and muscular. When they were in the immortal realm, they were all covered in special super heavy armor that was completely sealed off. Only their eyes were exposed. Their destructive power was even stronger than that of ordinary peak deities. They are all extremely savage. There was once a soldier from the Black Iron Cannon Army who passed by our hometown. In a fit of rage, he uprooted an entire sect from 13 planets nearby, massacring countless of them. The Maishan Master and Ken Huang were both shocked. The opponent on the arena should be the consciousness of a member of the Black Iron Cannon Army. Persei raised his head. Just by relying on this body, his combat power has been suppressed, but he has already gained some demeanor. I've heard that members of the Black Iron Cannon Army are this tyrannical in battle. On the arena, Dongbua Shuiying looked at the fat man in front of him and asked in astonishment, "So you are a true life form?" "Of course. I live in Crimson Rock Mountain." The fat man looked at Dongbua Shuiying and grinned, pointing upwards. In the space above the sky-reaching vine. "Oh!" Dongbua Shuiying understood. Other than Senior Shiwei, there seemed to be quite a few true life forms within Crimson Rock Mountain. I only descended here to deal with you transcendents. Come, come, come. Let's see if I can defeat you, a little fellow who has mastered the mirage doppelganger, within the limits set by the sacred master. Senior, you have to be careful. Dongbua Shui-ing grinned, and immediately numerous Dongbua Shui-ing appeared on the stage. With a single glance, there were a total of 37 white-robed Dongbua Shui-ing. Each of them held a long spear in their hands, and they formed 3 circles around the fat man, grinning at him. I'm going to attack now. Come. The fat giant waited cautiously. Even if his strength was limited and he could not surpass it, Ken Huang, Percy I, and the Meishan master did not make him feel any pressure at all. It was too boring. But now, Dongbua Shui-ing made him feel some pressure. Who? Dongbua Shui-ing's main body instantly disappeared, merging with one of his mirage doppelgangers. Boom! A long spear suddenly shot out like a dragon, spinning and whistling as it pierced towards the fat giant. Around it, there was a dazzling scene of stars expanding and collapsing, and the tip of the spear was the collapsing extreme point, bringing with it a vortex-like gravitational force. Moreover, because the spear was shot out at such a close distance, even though the fat giant was prepared for it, he was still shocked by its speed. He hurriedly swung his hand to counter it. Pum! The fat giant's attack was also very fast. Even though he reacted hastily, he was still able to block the attack. Senior, the mirage doppelganger is not that simple. A voice reverberated around the stage. The other mirage doppelganger attacked as well. At this moment, it was his main body. Boom! 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 Dongbua Shui-ing attacked from all directions with a spear. With the help of the mirage doppelgangers, his attacks were fast and abrupt. Every single spear strike was fast and ruthless. Even I can't defend against an attack from all directions without any warning. The Meishan clan master's expression changed as he watched the battle unfold. Dongbua Shui-ing's combat power has indeed surpassed ours. Ken Huang also felt a trace of fear. The true meaning of mirage, by itself, does not have much offensive power. However, if it is used with other true meanings, it will be able to display a frightening offensive power. No wonder he is known as the most frightening assassin with such a true meaning. Percy I also sighed in admiration. Of course, an absolute transcendent with a grade 1 true meaning would be even more formidable if he were to assassinate someone. However, existences with a grade 1 true meaning were too rare, even in the history of the mortal world. Grade 2 true meanings were extremely rare, but in the billions of mortal worlds, in the entire deity world and dark abyss, there were many who had a grade 2 true meaning, but grade 1 true meanings were still just a legend. This was also why even the powerful existences of the deity world would immediately take the initiative to accept a person with a grade 1 true meaning as their personal disciple. Below, Percy I and the other 2 were shocked as they watched. The fat hunk was doing his best to defend. His palms were like palm leaf fans, and his palms were extremely fast. They crazily enveloped all directions, blocking Dongbua Shui-ing's spear attack time and time again. However, as the saying goes, long stop will break. Every time he had to be extremely careful and use all his strength to block the attacks. But after a few times, he would eventually be hit. Sila! This spear pierced out from the side of the fat hunk's palms, brushing past the inner part of his arm before stabbing into the seemingly ordinary armor. This armor was indeed just an ordinary one formed by the energy of arrays. With a pu sound, the spear pierced through the armor and into the fat hunk's abdomen. Amen. Dongbua Shui-ing frowned. After his spear pierced into the fat hunk's abdomen with the terrifying, profound mystery of destruction, he felt an obstruction. It was as if the fat hunk's body was incomparably tough. After piercing an inch deep, the spear stopped. Pum! The fat hunk abruptly waved his hands in front of him. Dongbua Shui-ing pulled out his spear and retreated. At the same time, he moved to the position of another Mirage avatar. The fat hunk's palms whizzed past Shui Ying's original position before stopping. He looked down at the hole on his chest plate and furrowed his eyebrows. He then tore off the armor on his upper body and flung it far away from the arena, producing a loud and clear sound. This armor formed by energy is completely useless. The fat hunk muttered. If I were wearing the black Iron Cannon Army armor, his upper body was naked. Fat and muscular, the wound on his abdomen was rapidly healing. Brat, you have some ability. The fat hunk looked at Shui Ying with a faint murderous glint in his eyes. One could see black seals starting to appear on the surface of his body. His entire white skin was covered in extremely mysterious and mystical black seals, and the aura of his entire being became much fiercer and fiercer. It's starting. The final burst. Percy I and the other two held their breaths as they watched. Dongbua Shui Ying grinned. Is it the final moment? He had also received the information about the Crimson Rock Mountain from Percy I. He knew that this fat hunk would erupt at the final moment. This was also his final counterattack. Naturally, the threat he posed was much higher as well. Take this. Dongbua Shui Ying continued to attack with his spear. He was using actual combat to test his insights and train his spear arts. For a moment, Dongbua Shui Ying appeared in all directions of the fat hunk and attacked with his spear again and again. Ha ha ha. The fat hunk's upper body was naked, and his entire body was covered in runes. He looked incomparably ferocious. He crazily attacked in all directions, and the speed at which he waved his palms was much faster than before. In an instant, the surrounding area was enveloped by the power of his palms. Although Dongbua Shui Ying was able to change his position in the surroundings, he was actually suppressed for a moment. Pow! Just as Dongbua Shui Ying transformed into one of his mirage doppelgangers, the fat hunk's palm landed on his body. It was simply too fast. At this stage of the battle, one's instinctive reaction speed had already surpassed the speed of one's conscious reaction. Shui Ying was sent flying backwards by the force of the slap. Did I get hit? The fat hunk revealed an expression of joy. Hua! Dongbua Shui Ying's body suddenly dissipated in midair, disappearing without a trace. Nihility body. The fat hunk frowned. Senior, receive my full-powered attack. Dongbua Shui Ying's voice reverberated in the surroundings. Suddenly, 36 white-robed Dongbua Shui Yings appeared around the fat hunk. All of them attacked with their spears at the same time, and each of them displayed the scene of stars expanding and collapsing. All of them attacked the fat hunk. This kid. The fat hunk's expression immediately changed. It was obvious that 35 of the 36 were fake. The scene of stars collapsing and collapsing was created by manipulating the laws of profound mysteries. After all, this secret skill was created by Dongbua Shui Ying. Naturally, he was able to simulate the exact same scene. If it was simulated by someone else, there would be a scene without the laws of profound mysteries. There were 36 of them, and it was impossible to tell which one was fake. The fat hunk immediately moved at high speed, trying his best to avoid being surrounded. At the same time, he tried his best to block all the spear shadows that came from all directions. Countless spear shadows enveloped him. 36 mirage doppelgangers attacked him at the same time. 35 of them were at the peak of demigod realm. Of course, to the fat hunk, they only had the effect of confusing him. However, the effect of confusing him was fatal. That was because the one true body was extremely powerful. Pooh! A long spear pierced through his body once again. Pooh! 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 Following the continuous attacks of the 36 spear shadows, one after another pierced through the fat hunk's body. After a total of 9 pierces, the fat hunk revealed a helpless smile, following which his body completely dissipated into nothingness. He had won. He had also won this arena battle. He had passed the third vine leaf world. Dongbua Shue Ing revealed an excited expression. Only then did he jump off the arena. All right, I knew it. Dongbua, you would win. Persei walked over and fiercely patted Dongbua Shueing's shoulder. Why did you pat me so hard? You must be taking revenge on me, Dongbua Shueing muttered. At this time, the fat man had already reformed on the arena. He looked down at the arena and shouted, Brat, the reason you can beat me is not because your mirage avatars are enough to confuse me, but because your spear arts are fast enough. If your spear arts weren't this fast, I would have been able to block your 36 mirage avatars with my bare hands. That spear art of yours should be a secret art, right? What's it called? Star Meteor Annihilation. Dongbua Shueing turned and said, The name isn't bad. It's truly amazing. To be able to create such a secret art at the stage 3 True Meaning Realm. The fat hunk shook his head. Brats nowadays are truly amazing. Amazing. Dongbua Shueing laughed. Dongbua Shueing, congratulations. The Meishin master walked over. Congratulations, Kenwang said as well. Both of them had complicated feelings. I believe that as long as the 3 of you have a breakthrough in your combat power, you'll be able to win as well, Dongbua Shueing said. All right, let's not waste any more time. Let's go. Persei said, Don't be too proud. There's still the 4th and 5th Vine Leaf worlds up ahead. It was rare that Dongbua Shueing did not retort. Although he and Persei had entered the Crimson Rock Mountain together and had experienced many dangers, the 2 of them had similar personalities. In fact, when Persei had taken the initiative to bring him into the Crimson Rock Mountain, Dongbua Shueing had already had a good impression of him. After interacting with him, he could feel that Persei was a person with a cold face but a warm heart. He was a person worth befriending. Gentlemen, I'll be moving forward first, Dongbua Shueing said. He looked at the 3 people standing in a row in front of him. Persei, Meishin Master, Kenhuang, Dongbua Shueing's feelings were complicated as well. All of them had entered the Crimson Rock Mountain voluntarily or unwillingly due to various reasons. Be careful on the road, Persei suddenly said. Dongbua Shueing nodded. I'll be going first. I believe we'll meet again up there. Of course, Kenhuang shouted. Whoosh! Dongbua Shueing turned around and flew towards the main branch of the sky-reaching vine. Following the main branch, he soared into the sky and flew towards the 4th Vine Leaf world. Persei, Meishin Master, and Kenhuang looked up with complicated feelings. Now, the 3 of them were blocked here. Only Dongbua Shueing continued to move forward. Chapter 341. Dongbua Shueing flew along the main branch of the sky-reaching vine. The 3rd vine leaf below him was also shrinking at an extremely slow speed. On the 3rd vine leaf world, the figures of Persei, Meishin Master, and Kenhuang, who were standing beside the 2 arenas, were also becoming smaller and smaller. It was difficult to see them with the naked eye. Take care, Dongbua Shueing said quietly. He then raised his head and looked up. Far above him, there was another huge vine leaf world. That was the 4th vine leaf world. Now he was the only one going there. I didn't expect that I would be at the forefront of this Crimson Rock Mountain. Dongbua Shueing shook his head and smiled as he continued to fly. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, as he got closer and closer, Dongbua Shueing could feel the pressure in his heart. This was because the information regarding the 4th Vine Leaf world made him feel a lot of pressure in terms of the possibility of death. The 4th Vine Leaf world was far more dangerous than the previous 3. I have no way out. I have to win. As Dongbua Shueing flew, he held the black wine gourd in his hand and drank a mouthful before putting it away. The bitter antidote spread throughout his body. He had long since gotten used to this bitterness, and he even liked it. After flying alone on the main branch of the sky-reaching vine for more than 9 days, Dongbua Shueing finally arrived at the 4th Vine Leaf world. The green-haired woman, Wei appeared from the main branch. Young Transcendent, congratulations on being able to reach the 4th Vine Leaf World. Wei looked at Dongbo Shuang. Among the Transcendents who entered Crimson Rock Mountain this time, your talent and potential are indeed the highest. I was originally worried that your strength would increase too slowly and it would be difficult for you to pass the 3rd Vine Leaf World. However, I was worrying too much. Your speed of improvement is faster than I expected. Only those who can pass the 5th Vine Leaf World alive deserve to be congratulated, Dongbo Shuang said. It's good that you are so clear-headed. Wei nodded. According to the arrangements of the Sacred Lord, although the 1st and 2nd vine leaves are somewhat dangerous, they're more for the sake of unearthing your potential. The difficulty of the 3rd vine leaf was much higher, directly eliminating most of the transcendents. Although the difficulty has greatly increased, in the arena battles of the 3rd vine leaf world, most people will hold back and very few will kill with one strike. Dongbo Shuang nodded. The fact that Ken Huang and the other 2 were still alive proved that although the arena battles were difficult, the chances of them dying were very low. However, the last 2 vine leaves are different. They test your ability to fight to the death and many other aspects, Wei said. You can die at any time. I understand. Dongbo Shuang nodded. Look over there. Wei pointed at the gigantic vine leaf below. There was nothing else on this gigantic vine leaf except for a majestic building. The entire building was black and gold in color, and its lines were beautiful. That is the blood battle arena that is commonly seen in the immortal world. In the immortal world, many cultivators, for the sake of treasures and resources, do not hesitate to gamble their lives and enter the blood battle arena to fight. Wei said, many deities and even world deities participate in the blood battle arena. The moment one enters the blood battle arena, only one side can come out alive, while the other side will die inside. Because it is a true blood battle where one's life is on the line, the blood battle arena will give out extremely high rewards in the deity world, attracting many deities to participate. Even world deities will participate. World deities will participate. 2 world deities will engage in a blood battle, and one will definitely die. This kind of battle will attract countless cultivators to watch. Wei sighed. The blood battle arena is very common in the deity world. Dongbo Shuang nodded. He had chatted with Persei many times, and knew that the deity world was also very strict and cruel. Even deities were reduced to slaves and sold. It was not strange for them to gamble their lives. It was just that it was too rare for powerful existences like world deities to gamble their lives. This is just an imitation of an ordinary blood battle arena. Wei pointed at the huge blood battle arena structure. This time, you will meet your opponents after you enter. After 1 time sand, another batch of opponents will join you. After another time sand, a 3rd batch of opponents will join you. Either all 3 batches of opponents die, or you die. Do you understand the rules? Understood. Dongbo Shuang nodded. He was alone, while his opponents would be split into 3 batches. Thus, he had to try his best to get rid of 1 batch within 1 time sand. Only then would he have an easier time dealing with the 2nd batch. Otherwise, if all 3 batches joined hands, he would definitely die. Go. Wei nodded. I wish you good luck. With that, Wei's body entered the main branch of the sky-reaching vine. Dongbo Shuang looked down at the blood battle arena structure. He immediately rushed down and landed on the surface of the huge vine leaf. I'm coming. Dongbo Shuang walked towards the blood battle arena structure. This structure had an open passageway. This deep passageway led to the battlefield inside. Goo. Dongbo Shuang picked up the black gourd and drank a mouthful of the antidote, allowing his condition to recover to its peak. Kill. Killing intent surged in Dongbo Shuang's eyes. A fiery red spear appeared in his hands as he stepped into the deep passageway. Without any hesitation, he passed through the passageway and arrived at a huge, blood-colored battle arena. The blood-colored battle arena was square in shape. It had a length and width of 10,000 li. Boundless, baleful aura permeated the surroundings. It seemed as though many experts had died on this blood-colored battle arena. The baleful aura and resentment were terrifying. Hua! Suddenly, an invisible spatial barrier appeared around the blood-colored battle arena, isolating it from the outside world. Dongbua Shui glanced at the invisible spatial barrier. He understood that in the celestial world, this was also used to prevent the shock waves of the battles on the blood battle arena from spreading to the spectator stands. Of course, there was another reason. It prevented the participants from escaping. Only one of them could leave this place alive. Once they entered, it would be too late for regrets. Dongbua Shui had heard from Persei that in the celestial world, there were some deity experts who decided to fight to the death for treasures they desired. However, after exchanging 1 or 2 blows with their opponents, they regretted their decision. Some even begged for mercy. Admit defeat, but it was useless. The loser had to die. Chi, 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 an hourglass appeared in midair. Within the hourglass was the glowing sands of time. As the sands of time flowed downwards, roar, 9 figures had already appeared on the blood-colored battle platform. They were all mutated beasts with silvery white fur and 4 hooves. These mutated beasts all had a single golden horn, and their eyes were also golden in color. There was a total of 9 of them, and they stared at Dongbua Shui. When the sands of time started to flow, the battle had begun. Once the sands of time ran out, the second batch of opponents would appear. Damn it! Dongbua Shui frowned. Although he had obtained a lot of information, he was still unable to identify the origins of these 9 mutated beasts. Only by knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy would one be more confident. However, the 4th vine leaf world was like this. He only knew that he had to fight against 3 batches of opponents on the blood battle arena. Who were his opponents? He had no idea. I can't care anymore. Ho! Accompanied by their roars, the 9 mutated beasts instantly transformed into 9 rays of golden light and attacked Ting Qingshan simultaneously. Dongbua Shui wielded his fiery red spear. With a single step, he disappeared. Within the mirage, Dongbua Shui saw the 9 mutated beasts turn their heads to look at him. Their gazes seemed to pass through the mirage. However, they seemed to be hesitating. Very good. It seems that when they enter the mirage, their strength will be affected. Dongbua Shui instantly approached a single-horned, golden-eyed beast in the mirage. The spear in his hand immediately struck out with a killing move. The unbelievably fast star meteor annihilation had already been executed. The shaft of the spear rotated, and the spearhead pierced towards the closest single-horned, golden-eyed beast with a terrifying penetrative force. The single-horned, golden-eyed beast quickly tried to dodge the attack. At the same time, it waved its claws in an attempt to block. Pooh! Dongbua Shui's spear was not that easy to block. It merely brushed against the claws, and the spear rotated and pierced through the chest of the single-horned, golden-eyed beast. Chapter 342. The tip of the spear pierced through its skin, into its muscles, and even deeper into its internal organs. The terrifying destructive laws of profound mysteries spread outwards. That single-horned, golden-eyed beast opened its mouth wide. Despite being attacked, it still wanted to retaliate. However, its body immediately disintegrated and dissipated like gravel, turning into nothingness. A single-horned, golden-eyed beast had been killed. Roar! The other 8 single-horned, golden-eyed beasts were instantly affected. Not only were they not afraid, they all leaped into the mirage. Within the mirage, the 8 single-horned, golden-eyed beasts worked together, transforming into golden light as they flew towards Dongbua Shui. However, within the mirage, their speed was clearly slower. Humph! Dongbua Shwe-ing wielded his spear and stood there without dodging. A ferocious gravitational force spread out in all directions, repelling the 8 single-horned, golden-eyed beasts. The speed of the single-horned, golden-eyed beasts decreased by a little. The main reason was that their bodies were not big enough, and their mass was not high enough. A stage 3 true meaning of Star's gravity domain was not that effective. The 8 tentacled mirage creatures and patrolling mountain beasts that he had met previously belonged to the category of beasts with high mass. Who? Dongbua Shwe-ing shifted his feet and instantly struck out with his spear. Roar! Roar! These single-horned, golden-eyed beasts attacked at the same time. Some were high, some were low, some were high, some were low, some were left, and some were right. Dongbua Shwe-ing still did not have any hesitation. A terrifying spear had already pierced out, and its speed did not decrease at all, bringing with it a scene of stars falling to the extreme. The revolving spear pierced into the body of a single-horned, golden-eyed beast. That single-horned, golden-eyed beast's body also started to disintegrate. Although their bodies were tough, they could not withstand Dongbua Shwe-ing's pure destructive secret skill. After piercing out with his spear, before he could even defend himself, the other 7 single-horned, golden-eyed beasts had already unleashed their killing moves. Their sharp claws turned into golden light as they waved about, or they opened their bloody mouths to bite. Actually, in that kind of situation, when surrounded by 8 beasts, most transcendents would choose to protect themselves first. They would not risk everything to kill one beast first, because if he insisted on killing one, he wouldn't have time to defend. Whoosh! The 7 single-horned golden-eyed beasts instantly surrounded him, and Dongbua Shwe-ing's figure disappeared. 100 meters away, Shwe-ing's figure appeared in another location. He was very close to a single-horned, golden-eyed beast, and he did not hesitate to stab out with his spear. The sudden appearance of Shwe-ing and his sudden killing move caught that single-horned, golden-eyed beast unprepared. The spear directly pierced through its mouth and through its brain. The terrifying laws of profound mysteries spread throughout its entire body, causing it to disintegrate in an instant. Kill another one. Shwa! 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 Dongbua Shwe-ing's silhouette flickered as he pleased. Numerous Dongbua Shwe-ing appeared around him, but they disappeared just as quickly. Pooh! A long spear directly pierced through the back of a single-horned, golden-eyed beast. That single-horned, golden-eyed beast tried its best to resist, but it was still too late. Roar! Roar! The remaining single-horned, golden-eyed beasts roared as they rushed out of the mirage without hesitation. Then they scattered and escaped in all directions. Escape? Escape if you can't win? Dongbua Shwe-ing's expression changed. He had to get rid of this first batch of opponents as soon as possible. Although this first batch seemed to be the weakest, each of them was stronger than General Kumeng and the rest. They probably had about 50 to 60% of the strength of the Lords of Ulan. After 18 years of cultivation, Dongbua Shwe-ing's spear techniques had completely matured. This was especially true for his secret technique. The current star meteor annihilation was even faster than extreme piercing. If he were to fight against the Lords of Ulan again, Yulan wouldn't be able to defend herself. These single-horned, golden-eyed beasts were still a threat when they joined forces. If I had known this would happen, I would have pretended to be weak. Now that I have frightened them, they are starting to scatter and escape. Dongbua Shwe-ing was somewhat vexed. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, but he did not stop fighting. He immediately entered the real world and released his gravity domain, doing his best to attract these single-horned, golden-eyed beasts towards him. At the same time, he used his speed to coordinate with his mirage doppelganger. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with the closest single-horned, golden-eyed beast. Pu-chi! In an instant, he killed the single-horned, golden-eyed beast. Dongbua Shwe-ing immediately chased after another beast. However, The distance between them was clearly greater. If I continued to chase after them one by one, the distance between us will only increase. With a single thought from Dongbua Shuang, a total of 36 white-robed Dongbua Shuang appeared in all directions. Each of them wielded a long spear and chased after the beasts at high speed. A thick white fog even appeared around them, obscuring their vision. This caused the single-horned, golden-eyed beasts to be unable to discover their comrades. Roar, the single-horned, golden-eyed beasts seemed to be frightened by each of the Dongbua Shuang as they tried their best to dodge. It was hard for them to discern which one was real and which one was fake. However, what gave Dongbua Shuang a headache was the fact that his fantasy domain was useless. These single-horned, golden-eyed beasts could still rely on their own laws of profound mysteries to sense each other. Moreover, they were just life forms condensed from spirit arrays and were not real life forms. His true meaning of mirage was unable to drag their consciousness into his fantasy domain. Dongbua Shuang used his mirage doppelgangers to confuse the beasts while his main body stealthily transformed into nothingness within the mirage and advanced. He advanced in a state of nothingness without making any sound. His body was one with the mirage, and these single-horned, golden-eyed beasts could not detect him at all. However, they were still very intelligent. They were scattered all over the blood battle platform, maintaining the furthest distance from each other. This caused Dongbua Shuang to rush about everywhere. Who? Dongbua Shuang finally stabbed the last single-horned, golden-eyed beast to death on the blood-colored battle platform. The beast's head was pierced through, and it was fixed on the blood-colored battle platform. Its 4 limbs struggled for a while, but soon after it completely disintegrated into nothingness. Fortunately, my body transformed into nothingness and became one with the mirage. That way, it would be hard to detect me. Dongbua Shuang heaved a sigh of relief. That was why these single-horned, golden-eyed beasts could not detect me. At least I managed to finish them off in a short period of time. As expected of an assassin, when one was stealthily hiding, it was very hard to detect them. Now that he was able to become one with the mirage, even the Maishan Master could not detect him. Of course, this kind of concealment was still not strong enough. If the Maishan Master had grasped the spatial deity heart, he would still be able to detect him. Of course, if Dongbua Shuang reached the Mirage Deity Heart stage, it would be a whole new world. Such was the state of the realm. There was no such thing as invincibility. The only thing that mattered was who was stronger. Dongbua Shuang raised his head and looked at the hourglass in the air. The sand of time within the hourglass had almost completely flowed out. He had already thought of all possible methods. Even with the help of the mirage concealment technique, he was barely able to finish them off in a short period of time. And this was only the first batch of opponents that were the easiest to deal with. There were still 2 more batches of opponents that were getting stronger and stronger. Here it comes. The hourglass in the air finally ran out of sand. Then it turned around, and the sand within the hourglass continued to flow. 6 figures began to condense on the blood-colored battle platform. There were 6 humanoid existences that seemed to be condensed from water. Very quickly they solidified. Their entire bodies were covered in deep blue armor, and they wore masks on their faces. Each of them carried a different weapon. At the same time, they emitted intense, surging water ripples. The ripples were vast and mighty, spreading throughout the entire blood-colored battle platform. Dongbua Shuang's expression changed slightly. The aura of these 6 deep blue humanoids seemed to be stronger than Yulan and Ken Huang. Shua, the 6 deep blue humanoids instantly turned into 6 streams of water. Their speed was even faster than Dongbua Shuang's, and they surrounded him. Hua. Dongbua Shuang's figure flashed, and he entered the mirage. The 6 streams of water also entered the mirage, and their speed within the mirage did not decrease at all. This caused Dongbua Shuang's heart to sink. Not good. The mirage does not obstruct them, and it does not affect their strength at all. This is troublesome. Apart from that, what made Dongbua Shwe-ing feel even more pressured was that although the intelligence report had recorded many opponents on the blood-colored battle platform, the deep blue humanoids in front of him were not included in the report. As for their battle techniques, Dongbua Shwe-ing had no idea how to deal with them. He could only vaguely guess from their flying technique that it was probably related to the laws of water. Dongbua Shwe-ing held a long spear in his hand and did not evade. Instead, he faced the 6 deep blue humanoids head-on. The second batch of opponents is already so powerful. The third batch will definitely be even more difficult to deal with. I have to finish them off within the time it takes. I have to pretend to be weak and let them approach me. Only then will I be able to kill them faster. However, I am not sure about their techniques. I have to be careful and not fall into the hands of these deep blue humanoids. Boom! When they were still tens of li away, the 6 deep blue humanoids, who were still in the form of water, suddenly made their move. A long arm extended out of the water, and the arm grew to tens of li long. It was wielding a huge weapon, and it shot towards Dongbua Shwe-ing. Chapter 343. Within the Mirage Realm. Dongbua Shwe-ing wielded his spear with great difficulty, barely defending against the indigo humanoid's attacks. Sometimes he was even forced to use his mirage doppelganger to evade the killing blow. This transcendent strength isn't that high. It's just that his mirage technique is more troublesome. He's able to change his body's position. Everyone attack him from a close distance. Even if he uses his mirage doppelganger to appear, we can still kill him. Although these indigo humanoids were life forms condensed from arrays, they still possessed some basic intelligence. They rapidly charged forward, their attacks becoming sharper and more ferocious. Shwe-ing was clearly having a harder time. He was constantly changing his figure. His body kept changing positions, and he did his best to dodge. A large number of mirage doppelgangers appeared around him. Relying on these doppelgangers to confuse him, Dongbua Shwe-ing found it difficult to defend against every clash between their weapons. Pooh! After exchanging tens of blows, Dongbua Shwe-ing was only able to barely, and luckily, use his mirage doppelganger to change his position. His spear finally pierced the body of an indigo humanoid. That indigo humanoid revealed an expression of shock and anger, following which its body started to disintegrate. Under the star meteor annihilation, its body could no longer withstand it. Be careful. Although his spear technique strength is only on par with ours, the laws of profound mysteries are extremely destructive. Once we get hit, we'll die. Yes, be careful. This transcendent strength isn't that high. It's only because he can use his true meaning of mirage to change his position that he's so hard to deal with. As long as we find an opportunity, as long as you hit where his true body is, he will be defeated and killed. Amen. Seize the opportunity and kill him in one fell swoop. These indigo humanoids discussed amongst themselves. Their desire to kill Dongbua Shwe-ing grew even more intense. Occasionally, their attacks would sweep across the battlefield, hoping to coincidentally hit Dongbua Shwe-ing's mirage doppelganger. Pooh! The second indigo humanoid was hit as well. Once again, its body disintegrated. Cooperate well. Every time he repels our weapons, he'll immediately change his mirage doppelganger's position. Repelling our weapons gives him enough time to teleport. We need to cooperate well. The remaining indigo humanoids were still filled with hope for victory. But for some reason, Dongbua Shwe-ing seemed to be very lucky. He was always able to block the attacks by a hair's breadth. Uft! When the third indigo was hit, the remaining 3 finally realized that something was wrong. Although Dongbua Shwe-ing had killed 3 indigo tribe members, and although he purposely did not kill them too quickly, battles of their level were still extremely fast. Even though Dongbua Shwe-ing had purposely slowed down, he still managed to kill 3 indigo tribe members within 2 breaths. 3 of their companions died one after another, causing the remaining 3 to finally be on guard. This was because they realized that even if the 3 of them were to team up against Dongbua Shuang, they would not be able to pose much of a threat to him. Secondly, he did not seem to be that strong, so how did he manage to kill 3 of them in such a short period of time? No matter how good his luck was, it couldn't be this ridiculous. This transcendent is hiding his strength. Run. Quick, scatter and escape. Join up with the next batch and kill this transcendent. These 3 Indigo tribe members were not real life forms, so they already had some basic rules of conduct. If they were confident, they would kill the transcendent tribe member. If not, they would split up and try their best to preserve their lives. Then they would join up with the next batch and kill the transcendent tribe member. Should we run now? Dongbua Shuang's eyes flashed coldly. The moment the Indigo tribe member tried to escape, Dongbua Shuang immediately increased his speed and pounced towards the Indigo tribe member. With the obstruction of the gravitational territory in the mirage, Dongbua Shuang instantly caught up to the Indigo tribe member. His spear spun and stabbed out, and the scene of star meteor annihilation appeared. However, this time, the speed of the spear was much faster than before. The speed of the spear was so fast that the Indigo tribe member could not even block it with his halberd. The spear had already pierced through the Indigo tribe member's body. Another Indigo tribe member was killed. This is the true speed of star meteor annihilation. I was just playing with you guys. Dongbua Shuang's eyes were filled with killing intent. He immediately pounced towards another Indigo tribe member. However, the other 2 Indigo tribe members had already left the mirage and started to escape in different directions. Do you think you can escape? Dongbua Shuang immediately dispersed his body and merged with the mirage, following which he moved forward in his illusory state and silently approached one of the Indigo tribe members. Although the Indigo tribe member was escaping in a panic, it did not know where Dongbua Shuang was. Although it was smart enough to run in a straight line, the blood-colored battle platform was only so big. It had to fly in another direction. Not long after, it bumped into Dongbua Shuang. Puff! Another sudden and fatal spear strike. The last 2 Indigo tribe members that escaped were easily dealt with separately. Dongbua Shuang walked out of the mirage and looked at the hourglass in the sky above the blood-colored battle platform. There was still a small amount of sand left in the hourglass. He could not help but smile. Pretending to be weak is indeed much easier. Previously, when he killed the weaker 9-headed single-horned golden-eyed beast, he barely managed to kill it within the range of time sand. This time he had to deal with 6 stronger Indigo tribe members. By pretending to be weak, he managed to kill 4 of them. In the end, only 2 of them managed to escape in different directions. He had more than enough time. Pretending to be weak was very simple. He just had to slow down the speed of his star meteor annihilation. It was even slower than extreme piercing. This way, the threat would be greatly reduced. Most Indigo tribe members would be able to handle it. They would only succeed once in a while by relying on the Mirage doppelgangers to change their positions. The Indigo tribe members only felt that something was amiss when 3 of them died. How could there be such a coincidence? Their strength was so close to theirs. How could they have unknowingly killed half of them? There's still the last batch. Dongbua Shuang stood on the blood-colored battle platform and waited silently. Finally, in mid-air, the sand in the hourglass had all flowed and started to flow again. 3 figures began to condense on the ice-cold, blood-colored battle platform. The 3 of them were all very skinny and lean in human form. They were about 5 meters tall and had rather long arms. They had a pair of eye-catching sharp claws. Their skin was dark green, and their waists were wrapped with rags. Dongbua Shuang's heart sank. His expression changed. Hunters. Dongbua Shuang's heart was filled with anxiety and anger. This was the first time he received information about his opponents after entering the blood-colored battle platform. The previous 2 batches of opponents were not recorded in his intelligence reports, but this time, the skinny figures that appeared were recorded in his intelligence reports. They were known as hunters. How could they be hunters? Why not Howling War General? Why not Thunder Emissary? Countless thoughts flashed through Dongbua Shuiying's mind. What should I do? How should I deal with them? Hunters. They were opponents that Dongbua Shuiying did not wish to meet. After all, they specialized in restraining Dongbua Shuiying. Hunters were similarly life forms, condensed from arrays. However, their combat techniques were higher and they had grasped hold of the Grade 2 deity heart, the Minute deity heart. The true meaning of Minute was a grade higher than the Grade 3 true meaning, the true meaning of particles. As a Grade 2 true meaning, even if it was restrained, it would not be a threat to Dongbua Shuiying if it was only at the peak of the Stage 3 realm. After all, Dongbua Shuiying had 3 true meanings and secret skills. But the moment he broke through, his true meaning of Minute would reach the deity heart realm. Ordinary armors, deity weapons, and material defenses like battle chi would be completely ineffective against the attacks of the Minute deity heart. Even though Dongbua Shuiying had grasped hold of the nihility body and his defensive capabilities had greatly increased, strictly speaking, in terms of offense, movement, and defense, his defense was still the weakest. Because he had secret skills for offense. In terms of movement, he could easily change his position. Only his physical body was relatively weaker. Come. Even though Dongbua Shuiying knew it would be troublesome, he had no other way out. Once he entered the blood-colored battle platform, either he or his opponent would die. There was no other possibility. Fortunately, I've grasped hold of the nihility body, allowing me to take a gamble. Otherwise, I would have died in a single exchange. Dongbua Shuiying thought. Actually, if he did not have the Mirage technique, he would not even be able to deal with that fat hunk from the Black Iron Cannon Army in the Third Vine Leaf World. Clearly, being able to reach this stage, Dongbua Shuiying's combat power was still sufficient for him to fight. 3 of them. Dongbua Shuiying's thoughts raced. It would be very taxing for him to fight one-on-one. 1 against 3? The 3 skinny hunters looked at each other with their dark yellow eyes, following which their figures blurred, turning into 3 streaks as they rapidly approached each other. Chapter 344. Dongbua Shuiying did not enter the Mirage. This was because he was very clear that the hunters who had grasped the complete Lepton deity heart could easily traverse between the real world and the Mirage. The Mirage would not be able to restrict them at all. Moreover, in terms of speed, the hunters had reached a speed of 1,600 kilometers per second, which was completely above his. Boom. The surrounding space seemed to be distorted by a formless gravitational force, crazily repelling the 3 hunters. The figures of the hunters had all turned illusory like ghosts. Their movements were also very soft. Suddenly, one of the skinny hunters waved its sharp claws. It seemed to be very gentle and casual, but the space around it did not calm down, nor did it create any ripples. The Lepton deity heart is indeed worthy of being called thoroughly meticulous. Dongbua Shuiying held a fiery red spear in his hand. When the 3 hunters approached, he suddenly moved at high speed and took the initiative to welcome one of them. Without hesitation, he stabbed out with his spear. Without a doubt, his spear art, Star Meteor Annihilation, was purely offensive and destructive. Attack? He was not afraid. Pooh! The hunter that was attacked immediately waved its 2 sharp claws to block. When it first received the attack, it was also affected by the whirlpool-like gravitational force. However, the movements of its claws were very meticulous and simple. With a slight adjustment, when the whirlpool-like gravitational force turned into a repulsive force, its claws also changed again. Everything seemed so gentle and delicate. This spear attack, other than the strange rotation of the spear art itself, was mainly focused on speed. Super-fast speed. Dongbua Shuiying's movement technique might not be as fast as them, but the speed of his spear art was even faster than the speed of his opponent's claws. Clang! The pair of sharp claws still closed, blocking the spear attack. The hunters seemed to have an indescribable sense of beauty when they fought. Every move of theirs was calculated to the extreme. Even if their movements were slowed down by 100,000 times or 1,000,000 times, it would still be very difficult to find any flaws. Moreover, the energy of heaven and earth was also being used by them in an incomparably exquisite manner. This level of control was shocking. This was the true meaning of Lepton. Moreover, it had reached the deity heart stage. The spear and the sharp claws clashed. The sharp claws contained an extremely restrained power that was rapidly permeating through. All material defenses were useless against this power. However, the profound mysteries of the laws of destruction contained within the spear were also being transmitted. This was a secret skill created by the fusion of the true meaning of star and extreme piercing. Its destructive power was above that of extreme piercing. After 18 years of perfecting it, it was almost comparable to the extreme piercing deity heart. In terms of attack and destruction, he naturally surpassed his opponent. The laws of profound mysteries of both sides collided. The power contained in the sharp claws was instantly destroyed. The hunter's body shook slightly, and the impact was neutralized. At this time, the other two hunters were already approaching. Appear! With a thought from Dongbua Shuiying, 36 Yongs of Dongbua Shuiying appeared in the surroundings, and Dongbua Shuiying himself disappeared. Mirage Doppelganger? The three hunters simultaneously released their fluctuations. The fluctuations of the true meaning of Lepton completely enveloped the entire blood-colored battle platform. The entire space was filled with formless attacks. Although it was just a simple fluctuation of the laws of profound mysteries, it wasn't something that Dongbua Shuiying's Mirage Doppelgangers could defend against. One after another, the Mirage Doppelgangers started to dissipate. Ever since Dongbua Shuiying reached the stage 3 realm, it was very difficult for his Mirage Doppelgangers to be dealt with on a large scale. However, the hunters managed to do it. Firstly, it was because they had reached the grade 2 deity heart stage. Secondly, it was because of the uniqueness of the true meaning of Lepton. Only one of Dongbua Shuiying's doppelgangers didn't dissipate. That was Dongbua Shuiying himself. He stabbed out with his spear abruptly towards the attacking hunter. Under the sudden attack, the hunter hurriedly turned around and defended with all his might. Finally, one of his sharp claws blocked Dongbua Shuiying's spear. Kill! The other two hunters immediately attacked. Shwa! Dongbua Shuiying immediately dissipated and merged with the entire mirage. Previously, the three hunters were still some distance away from each other, so he could seize the opportunity to attack. However, they were now standing together. Given the speed of the deity heart of Lepton, if his attack failed and he didn't escape, he would be easily killed under their combined attacks. Merged with the mirage? The three hunters' dark yellow eyes stared at the mirage. The complete deity heart of Lepton allowed them to easily see through the entire mirage. They could even see Dongbua Shuiying, who had merged with the mirage. A stage 3 concealment technique couldn't avoid the detection of the space deity heart or the Lepton deity heart. If it was the star deity heart, he might be able to hide. After all, the space deity heart and the Lepton deity heart were both good at scouting. He actually merged with every single mirage within the blood-colored battle platform. The three hunters exchanged glances. Attacking him is equivalent to attacking the entire mirage within a 5,000-kilometer radius. In reality, Dongbua Shuiying could merge with the mirage within a 5,000-kilometer radius. Unfortunately, the blood-colored battle platform was only so big. Attack! In an instant, the three hunters no longer hesitated and attacked. If they didn't attack, they had no other choice. Boom, boom, boom! The frenzied attacks hit the Mirage one after another. It really hurts. Dongbua Shuiying's body turned illusory and merged with the Mirage within the blood-colored battle platform. Naturally, it enveloped the three hunters as well. He could feel their attacks penetrating and destroying his defenses. This was already his most heaven-defying defense. With the help of the 10,000-kilometer Mirage, he was completely dispersed. However, after one round of attacks, his life force was depleted by 1/10,000th. One had to know that their attack speed was extremely fast. If they continued to attack, it wouldn't be long before they could attack 10,000 times. Swish! Next to one of the hunters, Shuiying appeared out of thin air. Very abruptly, he stabbed out with his spear. Clang! It was blocked. Before the three hunters could attack, Dongbua Shuiying immediately disappeared and merged with the Mirage once again. In the sky above the blood-colored battle platform, the green-haired Shiwei and a white-haired elder with a youthful face were looking down at the blood-colored battle platform. With their strength, they could naturally see everything clearly. This kid isn't a crazy person. Even at the brink of death, he is still extremely calm. The white-haired elder looked down and smiled. Right now, his life force is being depleted continuously. Most cultivators would go crazy under the pressure of death. They might even fight hysterically. When one's life force explodes, they might win by luck. But luck can't be used 3 times. Only true strength can be relied on. He would rather endure the depletion of his life force and find an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. His judgment was accurate. Dongbua Shuiying indeed had such a personality. He didn't like to force himself at the brink of death. Previously, when he was surrounded by more than 100 8-clawed Mirage creatures, he was lucky enough to have a breakthrough in his true meaning of star, which greatly increased the power of his secret skill. But deep in his heart, Dongbua Shuiying didn't like such breakthroughs. He had watched the creation of heaven and earth, and he had accumulated insights. In addition, he was at the limit of a bottleneck. And it was just a small bottleneck, not a big one like the deity heart. Under the pressure of life and death, there was indeed a higher chance of breaking through. But no matter what, Dongbua Shuiying didn't like being forced into such a situation. He preferred to cultivate normally. He wanted to accumulate strength and make breakthroughs naturally. Shiwei nodded. Forefather is right. Even someone as arrogant as she was very respectful in front of this elder. Although no one in Crimson Rock Mountain could leave, they were still very respectful to this forefather. Forefather, do you think this young transcendent can win? Shiwei asked. His life force has already been depleted by more than 30%. Soon, it will be reduced to half. The attacks of the hunters were very crazy and fast. Little kid Shiwei, do you feel it? The white-haired, youthful-faced elder looked downwards. This kid's consciousness is still incomparably calm, looking for any opportunity. He's really a good seedling. I can see that he's still very young. He has only cultivated for about 200 years, but he already has such strength and determination. Truly amazing. Do you think he can win? I feel that. Before he could finish his words, on the blood battle platform, Dongbua Shuiying launched another sneak attack. Pooh! It was an extremely sudden sneak attack from the back. The ambushed hunter, who was previously attacking the Mirage with all his might, couldn't help but do his best to defend. But Dongbua Shuiying's spear art was too fast. This time it was just a little bit off, the boundary between life and death. The spear pierced through the thin and small body. Under the terrifying attack of the laws of profound mysteries, the body immediately started to disintegrate. Dongbua Shuiying revealed an excited expression. His face was sickly pale, and his life force had already been depleted by more than half. He had finally succeeded. He felt that if his spear art was fast enough, coupled with the Mirage Doppelganger's sudden attacks, he should be able to succeed. Time and time again, he had pursued faster spear arts, more sudden attacks, and better opportunities. He had seized the moment when they were attacking the mirage to launch a sneak attack. He had failed time and time again, but he had finally succeeded. I succeeded once. The white-haired, youthful-faced elder revealed a smile. The next step will be much simpler. The threat of the two hunters' joint attacks was greatly reduced. Every time Dongbua Shui Ing launched a sneak attack, he would have to attack several times before retreating into the mirage. After consuming another 10% of his life force, Dongbua Shui Ing killed another hunter. Only one was left? Dongbua Shui Ing didn't need to run anymore. He could fight one-on-one. Forefather, do you think he can pass the fifth vine leaf world? Shi Wei asked. No one can predict the future, the white-haired, youthful-faced elder said calmly, his voice carrying a hint of disappointment. Shi Wei nodded silently. That's right. Before the sacred master died, who would have thought that a powerful existence like the sacred master would die? The past was fixed, but the future had countless possibilities. Pooh! Dongbua Shui Ying's long spear pierced the ribs of the last hunter. The hunter's dark yellow eyes widened, staring at Dongbua Shui Ying unwillingly. Then it collapsed and dissipated. I won, ha ha ha, I won. I finally won. I knew I would win. I definitely will. Dongbua Shui Ying stood on the blood-colored battle platform, holding his long spear and roaring excitedly. His eyes were filled with madness. Just now, his life force was continuously being consumed, and he felt like he was nearing death. He was under a lot of pressure, but he tried his best to stay calm. He believed that his strategy was correct. This was also the only way he had a higher chance of winning. All he could do was to find a better opportunity to attack and to strike faster and more perfectly. In the end, he succeeded. He passed the fourth vine leaf world. Shi Wei and the white-haired, youthful-faced elder looked down at the white-clothed young man who was shouting excitedly. They couldn't help but smile. He's still a kid after all. He's too young. The white-haired, youthful-faced elder laughed. He then turned around and took a step forward, breaking through the air and leaving.